Chapter 1001. On the emerald green ground. A golden flame suddenly ignited. A figure fell from the sky, creating a huge crater on the ground. That person's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Clang! A metallic explosion rang out in the sky. Two majestic bursts of energy appeared out of thin air, blowing up a large piece of space. A terrifying storm of energy swept out and covered half the sky. The large-scale explosion of energy only lasted for an instant before disappearing. Golden flames poured down from the sky like a rain of fire. A whirlpool of several hundred meters suddenly appeared in the sea of fire. A figure shot out from it, tumbling through the air in a wretched manner. After a long time, he retreated several thousand meters before coming to a stiff stop. The golden flames on his body almost swallowed him whole. The golden sea of flames parted, and an incomparably holy figure walked out with her bare feet raised. Behind her was a pair of pure white wings that were about 10 feet wide. Under the illumination of the sea of flames, they revealed a golden color. That pair of bright golden eyes stared at the person below without the slightest trace of emotion. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The person's heart lurched as he instinctively felt an extreme sense of danger. He dodged to the right, but even though he reacted extremely quickly, a gigantic streak of golden light appeared out of thin air just as he pulled away. It rumbled through the air in front of him and directly cut off his left hand from the shoulder. Chila! Ugh! The person grunted in pain. His face twisted from the pain. He ignored his severed arm and covered the smooth cut with his right hand. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue air, hurriedly enveloping himself. Boom! As soon as the blue air enveloped him, a golden pillar of fire arrived unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, it came from extremely far away, piercing through the blue mist and dispersing it. However, it was empty. The person from before had already disappeared. Ming's figure appeared beside the blue mist. Mei Mao glanced at the empty space indifferently. Her red lips curled into a mocking smile. He ran away. Do you really think you can escape so easily? Bing Air, he ran towards you. I'll leave that guy to you. You don't have to bring him back. In the sky thousands of miles away, a cloud of blue mist appeared out of thin air, and an extremely sorry figure emerged from it. The area between the lower abdomen and the chest had been burned by the golden flames, piercing through from the front to the back. No blood flowed out from the wound, and the blood vessels had been burned to charcoal by the sacred flames. It seemed that, even though he had run quickly, he had not been able to completely avoid the attack. Damn it, that woman, that monster! He took a deep breath. Judging from his appearance, he was the one who had tried to intimidate Yun Nuashing in the Myriad Beast Pavilion. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cold air, so hard that his teeth almost fell out. His body swayed from the sky and fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings. Damn it! Once I've recovered, I'll call for more people. I'll pin that woman to the ground and ravage her. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Even his holy and pure appearance could not extinguish the anger in his heart. Right now, he only wanted to torture that woman to death with his own hands. Pervert. This combat power is much stronger than the people on the Supreme Martial Artist leaderboard. Even the Supreme Martial Artist of the previous generation might not be as powerful as her. Looks like I'll have to find someone more reliable. As he spoke, another layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He had been holding a grudge over what had happened in the pavilion. He knew that Ming was related to Yun Nuashing, so he had taken advantage of the chaos on the battlefield to bring a large group of people to surround and annihilate her. He had wanted to teach her a lesson, but he had not expected that he would be the only one left. Oh, why did Father say that? Just as he was thinking about how to kill that woman, a cold voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell suddenly rang out not far away from him, causing him to shiver from the cold. He jerked his head around and froze. He did not know when it had started snowing heavily, but the cold air of winter had caused the ground to freeze. Other than snowflakes, there were also fist-sized ice crystals floating in the sky. A beautiful girl was gently touching those ice crystals with her bare hands. Her blue-gold eyes blinked innocently as she looked at him. She was frowning as if she was thinking about something. Ah, so that's what he said. After a moment, she understood and her expression suddenly became fierce. The ice crystals that filled the sky condensed into ice spears that pointed at the man from afar. She said coldly, "I'm sorry, but you won't have that chance. The snowflakes between heaven and earth will create your grave. I won't release you. I won't give you any blessings. I will only bring you the coldest death." That was the last sentence he heard. He could not help but widen his eyes in horror. He wanted to say something, but he could no longer hear. The frost climbed up his body and froze his life force. Gradually, he became an ice sculpture that froze in the sky. He fell silently to the ground in the blizzard and shattered into ice shards. Looking at the ice sculpture expressionlessly, the coldness on Bing Er's face gradually dissipated. She scratched her head. Something doesn't seem right. Because Father said it with great power. Bing Er pouted and shook her head in dissatisfaction. Why does it sound weird when I say it? Is it because I don't have that kind of temperament? Mei Mao still shone with an innocent light. She felt that it was very awkward to say it out loud. It was probably very difficult for her to understand how Yin Nuoxing felt when he said those words. No one could replicate his feelings at that time. After thinking hard for a while, Bing Er muttered and waved her hand. She walked away with light steps. She kept muttering in her heart, "It's so hard to imitate Father. In the future, I should learn from Sister Zian and the others." The tall figure gradually disappeared in the blizzard. As she disappeared, the blizzard suddenly stopped. The ground was not frozen and was still green. There was no witness to what had just happened. It was like an illusion. However, the pile of ice shards on the ground made it clear that it was not an illusion. "Everything that had just happened was real, Sister Bing Er. Have you solved the problem on your side?" Bing Er returned to Ming's side. Mei Mao looked around and saw Qin Yu and the others who had just left to deal with the others. Not long after entering the divine miracle, she and Ming met this group of people. Because of Yun Nuoxing, they naturally gathered together. When they were attacked just now, Qin Yu and the others shared a large part of the pressure. Ming said that she did not need help. With her godly emperor-level strength and the divine-level divine technique, it was not a problem for her to kill a divine king. However, because of Yun Nuoxing, the others still enthusiastically ran over to help. This saved the two girls a lot of effort. Therefore, Ming smiled faintly to unfamiliar people. Bing Er made a no-problem gesture and smiled. Then she looked at the others and said angrily, "After being chased for 2 days, they really think that we are afraid of them. If Father, Sister Ming did not say to ignore those maggots, I would have frozen them into ice sculptures and skewered them. But it seems that the problem is not solved yet." Ming calmly looked behind her and raised her jade-like hand. The pink glow on her palm shone on her beautiful face. It was pink and rather cute. "Well, we are all qualified to enter the final place, but there are very few qualified people in the King of Gods area. There are more people there, so the competition is more intense. There are other strong cultivators at the godly emperor level. If those people attack us, we can only run." The war emperor shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Even though he was the supreme being of the Kuan Yuan generation, he was not afraid of ordinary divine emperors. However, if his opponent was also an expert of the same level, then it was hard to say. After the initial god level, the gap between each level was very obvious, and it was directly related to one's strength. Except for some people who cultivated to the strongest state in each level and could continue to fight, the rest could only be ordinary. Ho Ming turned around and looked at the chaotic battlefield. A strange plan had appeared there, and it split into 8 parts. Obtaining one of them would allow one to obtain the right to enter the final destination. Their group had obtained 4 of them, and they had charged out just now. While they were at it, they had also gotten rid of those people. Let's retreat quickly before the shock waves reach us. If we get surrounded and enter a protracted battle, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Qingyu and the others also nodded, and the group of people rushed towards the distance, disappearing into the horizon in a flash. Those who were paying attention to this side and hesitating whether or not to come over saw this, gnashed their teeth in hatred, but the others had already gone far away, and it was impossible for them to chase after them. They could only helplessly shake their heads and rush back to the battlefield to fight. There were still 3 left, and no matter what, they had to snatch one. It was a mountainous area. The starry sky reflected the majestic mountains. The mountains were at least 2,000 feet high. If one stood at the bottom and looked up, it was as if they reached the starry sky. Roar! Countless roars sounded in the mountainous forest, shaking the forest. They sounded very fierce, but there was a hint of grievance in those roars. Yun Nuashing sat on the huge curved tooth of the giant beast on top of a meat mountain that was a few feet high. She tossed a fist-sized, melted starstone in her hand. When she heard the low cries under her, but she could not help but roll her eyes. She softly said, "What are you shouting for?" "I just took the star fate that you were guarding. Do you want to try dying? Why don't you shout for me again?" Then all the beasts shut up. They were all frightened by the supreme aura on her body, although part of the reason was that they were scared of being beaten up. Looking at the star fate stored in the melted starstone, Yun Nuashing curled her lips in disdain. "It's orange. I really don't want it even if you give it to me. If it didn't have some other special uses, I wouldn't even bother to pick it up when it falls on the ground." The group of demonic beasts wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She took their most precious thing and hid it well. In the end, she even said that she didn't like this fart thing at all. If she didn't like it, then don't snatch it. What? Do you have any objections? Stand up if you have any objections. Hearing the weak voices, Yun Nuashing put her hands on her waist and let out a long breath. Then she grinned. All the beasts shuddered violently and quickly shut their mouths. They did not dare to voice out the small voices in their hearts. They were afraid that this demon king would hear them and kill them all in a fit of anger. After a while, another group of demonic beasts rushed over with balls of star fate of different sizes. They climbed to the bottom of the giant mountain and threw the star fate to Yun Nuashing. Then they crawled to the side and trembled, not daring to raise their heads. "Relax, relax. Don't be so nervous. I want your star fate, not to kill you. Although killing you will also give you star fate, it's only blue in quality. It's a little worse than orange. It's the same as not having it." Yun Nuashing waved her hand and said softly. Hearing this, the group of demonic beasts heaved a sigh of relief. The entire mountain shook. They were really afraid that this demon king would kill them all in a fit of anger. It was not that he would not do that. Those who resisted at the beginning had already turned into balls of star fate and were absorbed into the melted starstone. Phew, so boring. Yun Nuashing stretched her body and hugged little Purple Soul on her shoulder. She turned around and hugged her like a rag doll. Is there nothing fun to do? The demonic beasts in this mountain range are too weak. Brother clearly said that he would protect Sister Yu and the others. Why did he come out to play? Little Purple Soul muttered and stretched out her 2 little hands to pinch his face. Aya, the magic formation I left there can feed back all the abnormal situations to me. It's fine even if I'm not there. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Even if he came out to play, it would not take long for him to go back. With the speed of his light element, he was not afraid that he would not be able to catch up. It seemed that the last time in the Inyang world was like this. In the end, because he underestimated the enemy, he was tortured to death. Although it was not because he did not make it in time, it would have been much easier if he was by his side at that time. Thinking of this, his cheeks twitched. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and raised his head. It did not feel good to go back. After all, guarding was too boring. This was all work that consumed one's patience. Anyway, he did not think that anyone in this divine miracle could break his 18 layers of magic formations. And even if someone was bored enough to break his magic formation, he would feel that this place was not very big when he first started to break it. He just had to not go too far, so there was no need to rush back. Just when he was bored to death, he suddenly felt a commotion in the distance. This commotion made his expression change slightly. He could not help but look over. His eyes gradually surged with blue light. Then he saw that in the distance, a group of people was flying towards here. They were not slow. Roar! Woo woo! A magical beast came from afar. As soon as it roared, it fell to the ground and dissipated into a cloud of starlight. Yun Nuashing was stunned. What was this? Did it come to inform him before it died? Oh, it's a bit interesting. Are they coming for me? Oh no, they are coming for this mountain range. Yun Nuashing stroked his chin. Originally, there was a magical beast that was comparable to the elementary god level in the valley of this mountain range. A group of demigod-level people gathered there. They definitely didn't come here to play, and it was impossible for them to deal with some demigod-level magical beasts. In this way, they probably came for the elementary god-level magical beast. Unfortunately, it was killed by him in advance. Woo-woo! A small beast that was crawling at his feet raised its head and looked at him with its small eyes full of expectation. This made him a little speechless. Just now, the one that came to inform him had already let the thousands of magical beasts gathered here know what had happened. But to be honest, this number of magical beasts was not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the large group of demigod-level experts. They could be killed in one round of attack. What, little guy, do you want me to help you? Yun Nuashing said with a faint smile. He picked up the small beast and placed it on his knees. He sized it up and said, But no matter how you look at my appearance, I still look like a human. Oh, I am not a human. Well, although I have a soul link with Fong, so I can use her power, this does not mean that I am your king. In fact, I have killed many magical beasts. Woo-woo! That cute small beast looked very depressed. Its beautiful black eyes lost their color. It lowered its little head and made some unclear whimpering sounds. Suddenly, this cute small beast's ears stood up. It flapped its wings twice and climbed up Yun Nuashing's clothes to his shoulder. It stuck out its little tongue and licked his forehead. It mumbled something. Is there a fun place? Yun Nuashing's eyes suddenly flashed. He grinned and said, All right, since you said that, I will stay here for the time being. And if you lie to me... Yun Nuashing smiled sinisterly. The smile caused the little beast to have a few layers of goosebumps. That gaze was too frightening. Although it looked soft, it was 100% certain that it was only sizing up its few kilograms of fat and thin. Numerous magical beasts sighed in their hearts. They all cast admiring gazes towards this little beast. It actually dared to negotiate terms with this great devil. It was truly courageous. However, when it came to fun places, the only place that could interest such a character like him was probably that place. This was truly infuriating. That place was originally exclusively enjoyed by the magical beasts, but now it was woo-woo, woo-woo. At this moment, Little Magic jumped down from Little Purple Soul's head. He bit a lock of Yun Nuashing's long hair with his little mouth and pulled it. He then jumped up and down on Yun Nuashing's head. You little ball, you eat and drink my food. And now you want to stretch your arms out. Hearing Little Magic's words, Yun Nuashing was both angry and amused. This little guy actually wanted him to treat this group of magical beasts well. These magical beasts were not real chi, they were just the incarnations of the power of the stars and had a little bit of intelligence. Why should he care so much about them? Yun Nuashing grabbed Little Magic from his head and pinched its round face with both hands. As he pulled and pulled, He and little Purple Soul could not help but laugh. This little guy was like dough. While the few of them were fooling around, a rumbling sound rapidly approached from afar. When they turned around, they could see a large group of figures rushing over from the distant sky. They were only the size of sesame seeds, and in less than a minute, they arrived outside the mountain range. "You are quite cautious," Yun Nuashing sneered. Their eyes met for a minute. He was at the most conspicuous place in the entire mountain range. Therefore, everyone's attention was focused on him in an instant. Swoosh! Figures rushed over and slowly stopped outside the mountain range. They saw a group of magical beasts stacked up like a human pyramid on the ground. There were also many magical beasts bowing their heads and worshipping them at the side of the beast mountain. The source of all these magical beasts seemed to be the person at the top of the mountain. The person with his back facing everyone had a head of colorful hair that fluttered in the wind. He was as ethereal as an immortal. It was unbelievable because he had a human form but was worshipped by so many magical beasts. He also made everyone's hair stand on end because he was very dangerous. There was an extremely terrifying aura coming from his body. Upon closer inspection, the magical beasts' bodies seemed to be trembling slightly. Was it because they were being pressured by his aura? Yun Nuashing leaned back and slowly turned his head. He smiled sweetly at everyone. His voice was like the sound of nature, but it sent chills down everyone's spine. "There is nothing here that you are looking for. Go back or stay here." Chapter 1002. There's nothing here that you're looking for. Go back. This place is now temporarily occupied by me. Yun Nuashing grinned. That harmless and beautiful smile bewitched many people. But when that slightly cold voice landed in everyone's ears, it caused them to feel a chill down their spines. In addition to that faintly discernible black aura that floated in the air, that pressure, that might, caused everyone to break out in cold sweat. The person at the front of the team gave a look to the person beside him and pointed at Yun Nuashing below. The demigod rank 8 team member's expression changed slightly. He nodded and walked out with a grave expression. Yun Nuashing looked at him with a smile for a while before retracting his gaze. He sat up slightly, and the aura on his body became denser. When that team member walked to 100 feet in front of the beast horde, an extremely violent aura suddenly erupted in the air, causing the entire mountain range to tremble violently. The demigod rank 8 team member's face turned pale, and he turned to run without hesitation. Bang! However, the moment that team member turned around, an extremely black lightning glow appeared in the air. It suddenly flashed and smashed onto the back of that team member. A burst of lightning glow exploded, and that team member's back was charred black. A mouthful of fresh blood was wildly spat out. His body was sent flying by that enormous force, disappearing into the horizon like lightning. Chilla! Black lightning danced on Yun Nuashing's colorful hair, and it gradually calmed down. However, an increasingly violent energy continued to emerge from his body, causing everyone to sweat profusely. "You're too overbearing. This world doesn't belong to you alone." The team leader frowned and said coldly, "Indeed." Yun Nuashing thought about it seriously and nodded. Then, "May I ask, what are you looking for here?" "It has nothing to do with you. You just need to leave this place." The team leader raised his head arrogantly and said. Yun Nuashing could not help but sneer at his words. He shook his head and was not angry. He continued to smile faintly and said, "If that's the case, then please leave. After all, you are the ones who didn't cooperate first. I don't need to cooperate with you. Are you courting death?" Rebuttal. "I'll return the same words to you. Do you want your team members to die? Or—" Yun Nuashing retracted her smile and looked at the crowd indifferently. "Or do you want to stay here as well?" The moment his voice fell, an even colder and more terrifying aura suddenly filled the space. It was incomparably cold and infinitely terrifying. The aura made everyone tremble in fear. Their legs trembled, but no one retreated. Even though their eyes were filled with fear, no one took a step back. What a surprise! I didn't expect that someone who is naturally afraid of death could actually last so long under my aura. Yun Nuashing was slightly surprised. Then, she smiled inexplicably. It seems that the thing you're pursuing is worth your lives. He strengthened his aura and pressure again. A few of the people standing in the front row could not take it anymore. Their clothes were soaked in sweat, but they still clenched their teeth and held on. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope in their eyes, as if they were sizing up something. Yun Nuashing looked at this group of people. He tossed the small beast in his hand and placed it on his shoulder. Then he slowly stood up. It seems that you haven't given up yet. Do you think that you can kill me with a few hundred people standing here? Do you want to pile me to death? It seems that no one has taught you that sometimes numbers will only give you an illusion and affect your judgment. Yun Nuashing's long hair slowly fluttered behind him. The 12 elements gathered to form a black lightning bolt around his body. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Even though there were a few hundred people standing in front of him, he did not seem to be affected at all. He had killed tens of thousands of people. In the ancient times, he had even killed trillions of lives. He had long since stopped caring about the so-called race. Just as his aura reached its peak and he was about to attack, someone in the group finally could not take the pressure anymore. Unable to suppress the fear in their hearts, that person shouted in panic, "Wait! Wait a minute!" Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and retracted his aura. He turned around and realized that it was a woman. She was so frightened by his aura that her face turned pale. At this moment, her body could not help but tremble slightly. He raised his chin at the woman, indicating that she could speak. The woman clenched her fists. Her eyes were a little unfocused. When he looked at her, she clearly felt the pressure on her body decrease. Only then did she realize that her body was filled with an aura of death. She did not know when she had been so close to death. We came here to find... Shut up! Before she could finish, the team leader frowned and shouted, "Those who leak the information will be expelled from the team and will be hunted down by all of us. Have you forgotten?" "Noisy!" Yun Nuashing snorted coldly. A monstrous force surged out of his body and blasted directly at the team leader. The team leader's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly condensed his energy in front of him. Just as he managed to condense an energy barrier, the impact of the energy came unexpectedly. Bang! A loud shattering sound rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. They blinked, and when they opened their eyes again, they saw that the captain's energy barrier had shattered. The energy fragments of the barrier pierced into his body at an extremely fast speed, leaving hundreds of wounds. Then, the energy fragments began to dissipate. Originally, after the energy barrier shattered, the fragments would not last for more than 0.01 seconds. However, in that short moment, the fragments had been blasted away, severely injuring the captain. Some of the fragments had even pierced through his body, causing him to bleed profusely. Bang! At this moment, the monstrous force slammed into the team leader, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Several dents appeared in front of his body. His body flew out like an arrow and disappeared into the horizon, just like that person at the beginning. Yun Nuashing clenched his fists. There will always be a lot of deaths in this world. Many of them died because they talked too much. If you understand, then hurry up and get lost. That shout, which was mixed with violent energy, rang in everyone's ears. It was deafening, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. They originally wanted to retreat when they saw that the strongest team leader was sent flying with a single blow. At this moment, they were scared out of their wits by Yun Nuashing's powerful aura. They did not care why they came here in the first place. They hurriedly turned around and ran away. The speed at which they ran away made the group of beasts sigh. That great demon's voice was really good. He could scare off so many people with just one shout After everyone had left, Yun Nuashing stretched and covered his mouth as he yawned. He was just about to ask that small beast where that place was when he saw a trembling figure floating in the sky in front of him. He took a closer look and realized that it was the woman who spoke just now. She was staring at him with her bright eyes. Yun Nuashing was slightly taken aback. He tilted his head and asked in confusion, "Your companions have all run away. Why are you still here?" The woman shuddered and hurriedly shrank back. "But I haven't finished talking just now." Yun Nuashing and Little Purple Soul were speechless. This woman was quite powerful. His face twitched. Because the crowd had all left, Yun Nuashing retracted his aura. He waved his hand weakly and said softly, "That's enough, that's enough. There's no need that beginner god-level magical beast in the mountain range. Did you kill it?" The woman took a deep breath and interrupted him. She looked at the group of magical beasts below, then looked towards Yun Nua planet with a pensive expression. Yun Nuashing nodded. He would still respond properly to those who were willing to speak properly. Like other people who were crazy the moment they came up, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. "It's like this. Look at those little things below. They were originally the magical beasts of this mountain range. When I came here to play, I accidentally bumped into their boss. I accidentally killed him, and then this happened." Hearing what he said, the woman's expression became slightly strange. He was not as scary as before. Just now, she really felt that the energy in her body was about to be frozen. She had not seen many middle-level gods who had such a terrifying aura. Moreover, he was only a demigod. Feeling that he was not as scary as before, the woman's tone became more normal. "We are here to find that beginner god-level magical beast. It has an item on its body. If we can get it, we can get the qualification to enter the final destination. However, this is only one of the reasons. That item is related to another place. We need that item to open it." Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. He turned his gaze to the small beast on his shoulder and said, "Is what she said true?" That little beast nodded its head very seriously, indicating that place was related to the place it said it would bring him to. This made him feel even more astonished. He couldn't help but look at that woman and said, "Why are you telling me this?" The woman was stunned and almost cried. Didn't you ask me to say this?" Yun Nuashing was stunned again. All right, this was indeed what he had asked him to say, but he did not expect it to be such a matter. And he felt that there must be something wrong with this girl. Or perhaps she was an obedient girl from some family, the kind that had been unusually obedient since young, and probably did not even know that she had been kidnapped. Yun Nuashing took out something from the pendant. It looked like a beast tooth. It was the size of a palm. He took it out and waved it in front of the small beast. "Is this it?" The little guy stretched its neck and sniffed it with its little nose. After a while, it nodded seriously. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. This was the only special item that he found from that beginner, god-level big guy. As for the qualification to enter the final destination, he already had it. He probably would not be able to tell if there was another item. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at the uneasy woman floating in the sky. He thought for a while and waved his hand to throw out a piece of melting starstone. It was filled with some light purple starfate. It was not very useful to him and was not full. "Here you go. The starfate here is quite high quality. Of course, if you have something of a higher quality, just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, I don't need these anymore. You can do whatever you want with them." In the end, he added another sentence in his heart. "Just treat it as a reward for the information you provided," although he might find out about it later when he goes there himself. The woman took the melting starstone in a flurry and raised her head in astonishment. She indeed found that Yun Nuashing had disappeared from the Beast Mountain. She could not help but be stunned and muttered, "What a strange guy. He was so fierce just now, but he suddenly became gentle. Strange, strange. Be careful that you won't be able to get married. Humph." As she muttered, she glanced at the star fate in the melting star stone and was shocked. The quality of this star fate was much higher than what she had collected. It was not on the same level at all. She originally thought that the unwanted, he said, was some low-quality star fate. She did not expect that. What a strange fellow indeed! At this time, Yun Nuashing, who had flown hundreds of miles away, naturally could not hear the woman's muttering. He had already crossed a long distance with the small beast and stopped in the depths of the mountain range. The small beast landed from Yun Nuashing's shoulder and walked around. Then it pulled Yun Nuashing around the mountain forest and entered a cave after a while. Yun Nuashing was not worried that this little fellow would bring him to some dangerous place. In any case, even if this place was really dangerous, it probably would not be able to kill him. He calmly followed the little fellow into the cave. There is a strange smell here. How should I put it? Yun Nuashing thought for a while and suddenly clapped his hands. It smells like barbecue. Barbecue. Where? When it came to barbecue, the little purple soul became excited. It hung on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and jumped up and down. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little foodie. He shook his head helplessly. He said that it smelled like barbecue, but it only smelled like barbecue. The only thing he was sure of was that the source of this smell definitely had nothing to do with barbecue. There were many strange marks in the cave. It was strange because Yun Nuashing could not identify what these marks were left behind. He also did not know what these marks represented. Yun Nuashing's palm touched the strange scratches that were as small as words. His eyes flashed slightly. He did not identify anything, but he felt a very familiar smell from these scratches. It was the smell of divine essence, the energy used by later God-level experts. Could this place have something to do with a god? But this place was left behind by an ancient life form. Logically speaking, no one should have found this place. Divine essence should be a unique energy used by later god-level experts in the realm of the gods. Moreover, this is an area of the demigod level. Why would there be the smell of divine essence? After walking for a while, he saw a very clear line of runes on the wall of the cave. Yun Nuashing looked carefully and frowned slightly. The smell of divine essence is the same, but I don't understand what it is trying to say. In his opinion, these marks were more like the scribbles of some children. As he went further, he saw more of these marks and runes. At first, they were sparse at the entrance of the cave, but the deeper he went, the denser the runes and marks became. In the end, they formed circles in the cave. They were engraved on the ceiling and the ground. However, these runes no longer had any power. The divine essence that was left behind was so weak that it could be ignored. It was like a mark left for someone to see. The mark is broken here. After walking to a certain place, the circles of runes and messy marks on the surrounding stone walls had disappeared. The cave had also become much more spacious. It could roughly accommodate 20 people walking side by side. At this moment, in the same circle on the surrounding stone walls, there were 6 runes of the same size and shape. What a strange fellow! He left behind something that even I can't understand. Yun Nuashing put his hands on his hips in annoyance. Fortunately, the divine essence in these runes was not released. Otherwise, he would not have been able to walk in so easily today. Well, although the great origin realm is boundless and I am not omniscient and omnipotent, I more or less feel that I should have a complete understanding of the later god level. Sighing and scratching his head, Yun Nuashing felt a little helpless. He did not expect to encounter something that he could not understand. There were so many runes and marks on the walls. Other than confirming the existence of divine essence, he could not get any more information. There were no special runes deduced from the god statue. There were no traces of divine essence left behind by the god statue. Perhaps more clues had melted away with the passage of time. These were all unknown. The only thing that he could be sure of was that a later god-level expert had stepped into this place. In this demigod's territory, this was almost impossible. This place is suppressed by powerful rules. Later god-level experts should not be able to enter. Even if they entered the divine miracle, they should have gone to the area where the divine kings and divine emperors were. Hey, it can't be a ghost, right? Yun Nuashing held little purple soul in his hands and walked around the cave step by step. The small beast jumped on his head and shook its head along with him. It had already brought Yun Nuashing here. It was just curious and wanted to go deeper to take a look. After all, there was usually a beginner, god-level, magical beast guarding this place. No one dared to come here. If they trespassed, they would be eaten. After a while, Yun Nuashing suddenly stopped in his tracks. His colorful pupils contracted slightly, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Little purple soul also let out a small cry and quickly shrank into Yun Nuashing's arms. Little magic directly used Yun Nuashing's long hair to curl itself up, pretending that it did not exist. The small beast was expressionless. It had not reacted yet. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched violently. Not far in front of them, about 10 feet away, there was a figure emitting white light floating about a foot above the ground. The figure was wearing a white robe and had long white hair. With his back facing them, he did not look like a normal person at first glance. With his realm and vision, he had long known that the so-called ghosts were just souls that had died in places with dense yin qi and were recondensed by the yin qi. Although they still had part of their consciousness when they were alive, most of them were souls that were muddle-headed and had no consciousness. These were just low-level ghosts. Those with powerful souls could continue to exist without dissipating even if their physical bodies were destroyed. In any case, the so-called ghosts were related to souls. However, the figure in front of them that was emitting white light and did not look normal at all. That fellow did not even have a trace of soul energy. Naturally, it did not have any vitality. Demons, ghosts, leave. Demons, ghosts, leave. A trembling voice came from his arms, startling Yun Nuashing. He lowered his head and saw little purple soul's small body trembling. Little purple soul closed her eyes and held a lock of his long hair in front of her as she faced the figure emitting white light. Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was not an object that could ward off evil spirits. It was useless for her to hold onto his long hair. "What the hell is that in front of us?" Yun Nuashing shouted. Of course, the ghost did not respond to him. Chapter 1003. The mysterious figure that was emitting white light had its back facing Yun Nuashing and the others. It was silent and its white hair fluttered in the wind. In this place, it really looked like a ghost, especially when Yun Nuashing could not feel its soul power or any signs of life. The level of strangeness increased exponentially. Yun Nuashing was on high alert. Just as he was about to take out something to defend himself, the white figure slowly turned around and faced them sideways. Without making a sound, the white figure pointed at the depths of the cave. It seemed to be doing this on purpose so that Yun Nuashing and the others could see it, indicating for them to move forward. After that, the figure disappeared, just like how it appeared silently. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He quickly ran to the spot where the figure was standing and looked around, but he did not see anything. He then grabbed the small beast and asked, "Is there such a strange thing in here?" The small beast tilted its head and looked confused. He felt helpless. This group of little things did not usually have the chance to come in here, so naturally they would not know what was inside. After looking at the spot for a while, he didn't see anything fishy, and there was nothing left on the spot. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. "Let's continue forward. Maybe we'll know what's here when we get inside." Little purple soul hugged little magic tightly in her arms. The meatball was almost squeezed into a gourd, but she was still very nervous. It seemed that even though she was a fairy, as long as she maintained the mentality of a child, she would still be afraid of ghosts. The size of the cave was fixed at the back, and there were no more traces or runes inside. It seemed to have become ordinary, and the smell of barbecued meat had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the smell of starlight. White and orange dots were imprinted on the surrounding stone walls and ground. They were like specks of starlight, and they were very bright. It was difficult for people not to notice them. Yun Nuashing also saw those specks of starlight at a glance. However, the reason was not because they were too bright. It was purely because those specks of white starlight really had the power of stars, and it attracted someone whose entire body was filled with the power of stars. I'm more and more convinced that this place has something to do with that ancient life. No one else can come in here. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes when he saw the dots of starlight. When he first saw the traces of runes, he already had some guesses. Now that he saw the dots of starlight in the cave, his guesses were a lot more certain. However, he now needed evidence to verify his guesses. Perhaps there was something deep in the cave, or rather, he might have already seen it. Yun Nuashing stopped walking. His eyes widened slightly. It was not because of shock, but because he was slightly surprised that there was a temple in this place. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to call it a temple, because it was very small. There were only 2 walls on the left and right that were embedded in the stone walls as if they were protruding from the stone walls. Facing Yun Nuashing's direction, there was a wall that was not closed. The 2 walls were made of an unknown material. They were only 10 feet tall and 10 feet long, and they were also 10 feet apart from each other. This place that was not closed by the wall had a tattered lid. It looked like an ancient temple. In the middle of the ancient temple, there was a wooden shrine that was 1 meter tall. The shrine, which was originally very small, appeared even more pocket-sized here. It was used to place the statues of gods and Buddhas only half an arm's distance away from each other. It was simple, unadorned, and decayed. There was an ancient feeling everywhere. The walls and ground of the ancient temple flickered with endless starlight. It was as if a path of starlight was about to appear. The shrine was where the starlight gathered. Starlight, a temple, and a shrine. Yun Nuashing had a strange expression on his face. This was the first time he had seen such a layout. Why is there such a strange, ancient temple? It was not like he had never seen temples and ancient temples before. There were similar existences in the realm of the gods as well. It was just that there were fewer of them. However, he did not expect that there would be an ancient temple with the starry sky as its background in this god-forsaken place. It was like a child unconsciously imitating something that he had seen before. After he was done, he did not forget to add in the elements that he liked. Then, this strange, starry sky ancient temple was created. The strangeness index was 5 stars. Speaking of the child, he felt that his thoughts were more or less confirmed. However, he did not have any conclusive evidence, so he could only say that it was a guess. He could not feel the presence of time in this place. It was as if time had stopped here. There were no traces of time left in this place. The divine miracle was a well-hidden and mysterious place. This place was even more mysterious. That ancient life form. Yun Nuashing smacked his lips. After thinking about it, he felt that it was better not to jump to conclusions so easily. When he reached the final destination, everything might be clear. If there was really something important left there, Yun Nuashing carefully walked into the ancient starry sky temple. He finished measuring the place in just 2 steps. He focused his gaze on the shrine that was only 1 meter tall. He could see the traces of energy and the starlight gathering towards the shrine. There seemed to be nothing but gravel on the ground. He could vaguely see that this starry sky temple was extraordinary when it was in good condition. He wondered what had happened to it that caused it to be so dilapidated. Little purple spirit's eyes were sharp. She seemed to have noticed something and started to struggle in Yun Nuashing's arms. Seeing that, he immediately placed the little girl on the ground. He knew that this little girl was very mystical and could occasionally discover things that even he could not. Little purple soul placed little magic on his head and ran behind the shrine. She squatted down and dug at the ground with her little hands. After a while, she dug out a long and flat Bodhi seed. There were spots on the surface of the Bodhi seed. Its surface was covered by a layer of soil, and its color was even darker. The part that was exposed above the soil was almost completely covered. Yun Nuashing did not notice it, but the mischievous little girl who was always looking around noticed it. This Bodhi seed was one size bigger than the others. It was as long as an index finger. Some of the starlight in the surroundings fell on the Bodhi seed and was absorbed by it. However, it still did not shine. Yun Nuashing took the Bodhi seed from the little girl and wiped it clean with the corner of his clothes. He looked at it carefully and did not find anything special about it. However, it seemed to be able to cause some changes in this place. Perhaps it had other uses. That's strange. Did that ancient life form come from a place with Buddha? Yun Nuashing said in a strange tone. The origin of Buddhism was not in the realm of the gods. It seemed to be from a foreign place. As for where it came from, he did not know. During the primordial era, Buddhism was deeply rooted in the realm of the gods. Although it did not develop to the level of the Nine Shrine, it had many followers scattered all over the realm of the gods. Those who did not know would not even know that the Buddhists in the realm of the gods were actually from the same sect. It seemed that some of the followers did not know and thought that there were other branches. He had used the Book of the Epics to investigate in the primordial era. However, it was disturbed and did not find the origin of Buddhism. He only knew that they came from outside the realm of the gods. After that, he did not pay attention to this matter. After all, they did not interact with each other, and there was no need to find them. Even after the Nine Shrine was established, he did not pay attention to them because they were not a threat. He did not expect that there would be some interaction here. Unexpectedly, he did not think so. He only felt that it was a wrong intuition. Holding the Bodhi seed in his hand, he could hear some benevolent, solemn, profound, and extremely vast Zen sounds. It seemed to be able to cleanse the filth in his soul and wash away the mortal world. He felt that this small ancient temple was bathed in a strange holy light. Perhaps Buddhism has quite a bit of influence in other places of life, especially in the middle plane and the lower plane. They should also be existences in the upper plane, but I've never heard of any particular world where the power of faith is prevalent. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and put away the Bodhi seed. He shook his head. This power was useless to him and the people of the realm of the gods. They did not have that kind of faith. They were people who kept climbing. They were their own gods. They did not need to rely on faith to gain power. They just needed to keep moving forward and climbing towards a peak. No matter how the realm of the gods was now, it would always be the first major world in the 8 elemental realms. This would never change in the past, present, or even in the future. Little purple soul played around on the ground for a while. Other than the Bodhi seed, she could not find anything else. She grumbled and returned to Yun Nuashing's side in disappointment. She wiped her hands clean and then grabbed the corner of Yun Nuashing's clothes. The little girl knew that Yun Nuashing was a clean freak, and he would occasionally have episodes of that. Yun Nuashing looked at the altar where the starlight gathered. After thinking for a while, he took out the beast tooth and placed it in the altar. Buzz! When the beast tooth was placed in the altar, an extremely dense starlight suddenly burst out from the altar and enveloped him. He was startled, but he did not feel any danger, so he just looked at it calmly. When the dense starlight gradually dissipated, his vision became clear again. Yun Nuashing blinked and held little purple soul in his arms, just in case. He raised his head and saw a magnificent starry sky in front of him. The boundless starry sky shone brightly. Vast galaxies appeared in front of him, and their shadows were clearly reflected in his eyes. Even though the galaxies in his sight were so close, they were actually very far away from each other. They might collide in the future, but that would be a matter of billions of years. The lifespan of a mortal is just a spark. No one can see such a vast scene. Yun Nuashing murmured softly. He suddenly remembered that he had once said that it was because mortals could not see the stars that he wanted to reach the peak to see the most brilliant colors of the starry sky. However, on his way to the peak, he saw this magnificent scene. It was incomparably beautiful and dazzling. He could not stay for too long because he had a reason not to stay. He had to leave eventually, so he decided not to stay for even a moment. It was only when he stood at the peak that he had the time to look at the scenery that he had forgotten along the way. How long had he forgotten about it? He was not sure. Perhaps it was as long as an era or even longer. In short, it was a very long time. After that, he had been immersed in it, but he could no longer find the feelings he once had when he was looking at the starry sky. The starry sky in his eyes was incomparably distant and unreachable. It was only later that he realized that the starry sky was extremely fragile. It was not much tougher than a mortal's and could be destroyed with one hand. In the end, everything had changed. In fact, nothing had changed in this world. The only thing that had changed was him, who had been hurriedly swept away by the tide of time. Brother, brother. It was not until little purple soul pulled on his hair that he came back to his senses. His misty eyes became clear again. He gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a moment, he opened them again. His beautiful eyes were suffused with a substantial and colorful light. Yun Nuashing smiled. He stretched out his hand and tousled the little girl's hair. His gaze turned to the front. 10 feet in front of him was the place where all the astral light in this starry space gathered. Incomparably resplendent, eternal astral light, the ultimate secret of this ancient temple, was hidden there. Yun Nuashing reached out and peeled away the layers of starlight. His palm touched something, and he was stunned for a moment. The texture seemed to be paper, and the shape seemed to be something like a scroll. He grabbed it without thinking and gently pulled it out. He lowered his head to take a look. As expected, it was a scroll with words written on it. Oh, the words don't make sense. Book of Epics. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and took out the Book of Epics. He placed the scroll under the Book of Epics and shook it. 3 words appeared in his mind. Origin of the Star Technique. Origin of the Star Technique. Yun Nuashing murmured and narrowed his eyes. Since the words were recorded in the Book of Epics, he should have been to that world. He just didn't know which world it was. He didn't know if it was the world where the 3,000 star ruins were. But after a moment, he threw these random thoughts aside. It was useless even if he knew which world it was. That ancient life had left the final clue in the realm of the gods, right where Yun Nuashing was. There was no need to search for the source, unless that old urchin really liked to stir up trouble. He opened the scroll and read it using the Book of Epics. He skimmed through 10 lines at a glance. In less than a minute, he finished reading the scroll. After muttering to himself for a while, he rolled it up and patted it on his hand. He muttered to himself, "It's a complete study of the power of the stars. It's really thorough. It's much better than Star Reflector and my understanding. As expected of you." He had a very complicated feeling towards this life form that could turn the realm of the gods upside down with just a will. It seemed to be an expert above the heavenly god level, so he had some respect for it and some curiosity. But since this fellow had messed up the realm of the gods, and he had to clean up the mess in the end, he couldn't help but want to beat this fellow up and scold him. Although he might not be able to say anything if he were to really scold him. Anyway, that was what he meant. It can be considered divine grade around the heavenly god level. Yun Nuashing patted the scroll and put it away. It would be a waste if he didn't keep it. He could also study matters related to the power of the stars. After all, he seemed to have taken a more unique path in this life. He reckoned that he would evolve the power of the stars when he reached the divine grade and combine it with divine energy to form a higher level of energy. Throughout history, there had been many gods who had done this. As for the final result, he wasn't sure if it would be more powerful and pure than divine energy, or even worse, the new energy born from combining another type of energy with divine energy might not necessarily be stronger than divine energy. After all, the latter was an energy that surpassed the world's origin energy. Well, he would talk about this later. So, how do we get out of here? Looking at the sea of stars, Yun Nuashing scratched his cheeks. This starry sky was indeed very beautiful. But just like what he had chosen before, he had other things to do now, and he didn't have the time to look at the sea of stars in a daze. That kind of thing could be done when he was busy, or when he reached the peak again. He would do it when he was free. Previously, he had also soaked in the sea of stars for decades without moving. Just as he was thinking about how to get out, a suction force pulled him up. Little purple soul cried out in surprise and quickly hugged his neck. In the blink of an eye, Yun Nuashing and the others arrived outside. It was the cave outside. In front of them was a forest, and the cave behind them collapsed with a loud bang as they came out. The entrance of the cave was blocked by a huge rock, and the ground began to tremble quietly. In the end, the mountain range sank to the bottom of the ground with a rumble, and was buried by the surrounding huge rocks. It was as if there was an additional rocky beach in the original place. It's destroyed just like that. Yun Nuashing looked at the rocky beach and was a little dazed. They were just walking inside a moment ago, but because they took away the astral origin technique, the cave and half of the mountain range sank. Little Beast chattered for a while, and Yun Nuashing was a little enlightened. This place had always been guarded by the Beast King, which was the demigod magical beast. Although the leader would change, the responsibility had never changed. Every Beast King wanted to open the cave, but they had never succeeded. Moreover, the magical beasts here had no lifespan limit. When the time was up, the Beast King would go to a new place and choose another demigod magical beast to guard the place. That magical beast would then become the new Beast King and advance to the demigod magical beast. Therefore, many magical beasts looked forward to the day when they could venture into the depths of the cave and see what was there. Yun Nuashing thought for a while. This was the case of the younger generation waiting for their senior to die. Looking forward to it, who knows how many years, who knows how many generations had passed, and then Yun Nuashing had taken advantage of it. Probably that place was not for magical beasts to enter, but for people to guard it. Little Beast thought for a while and felt that it made sense. Buddha said, "Let's leave it to fate." Yun Nuashing scratched his head. Was that guy also waiting for someone to come and take away the astral origin technique? As for who it was, it didn't matter as long as it was handed over to another person. He scratched his head. He felt that this guess was quite reasonable, but he just couldn't find the meaning of doing so. Maybe he would understand it in the final destination. Then he would think about it again at that time. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing still felt that something was not right. He felt that he should study Buddhism. Maybe he could understand something. Forget it, I don't have time for that. However, he shook his head as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. The waters of Buddhism were very deep. He was too lazy to get involved. He still had so many things to deal with. After putting Little Beast on the ground, Yun Nuashing smiled and waved at it. He hugged Little Purple Soul tightly and ran away. He had been out for a while. He should go back and see how the girls were doing. Little Beast rolled its black eyes. A bright white figure suddenly appeared beside it. The figure looked at Yun Nuashing in the distance, then looked at the collapsed mountain range. Finally, it closed its eyes and disappeared. Little Beast roared at the disappearing figure, then ran towards the forest. A gust of wind came from the place where it was standing. It blew away the faint sound of Buddhas chanting into the distance. Chapter 1004. Above the purple gold lava lake, Yun Nuashing sat cross-legged in midair. Below him, four huge whirlpools emerged from the lava lake. Those were the signs of Little Moon and the others cultivating. Not far away, there was a petite figure with a white ball above her head, swimming around the lava lake. That little girl was naturally Little Purple Soul. This girl was fearless. Fortunately, nothing seemed to be able to hurt her. Only then did Yun Nuashing relax a little. He did not have to worry that something would happen to this girl if he did not see her for a while. Oh, it's been 3 days. Looks like I still need some time. Looking down at Little Moon and the others, the momentum of their cultivation was just right and there was no sign of it slowing down. It looked like they had made a lot of mistakes in their cultivation so far. It would take some time for them to replenish their transcendental energy. With a wave of his hand, Yun Nuashing took out the astral origin technique. He patted it on his hand, and a moment later he placed it on his forehead. He still needed some time, so he could not waste it. He did not have to worry about little purple soul. This place had been sealed by him, so no one could come in and join in the fun. Mystic arts from a different world. Oh, this seems to be called astral arts. A large amount of information surged into his mind. Yun Nuashing kept analyzing the information while tapping his fingers. This was not the first time he tried to cultivate a cultivation technique from a different world. However, every time he tried, he had to analyze it himself. This was because the cultivation systems were not compatible. The cultivation techniques from other worlds were derived from the laws of that world, while his cultivation was based on the laws of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods. There would be some differences between the two worlds. If he wanted to cultivate a cultivation technique from another world, he would have to find a way to resolve the differences between the cultivation systems. This was not the first time Yun Nuashing had done something like this. Even if it was left behind by a powerhouse above the heavenly god level, the basic laws at the bottom would not change. As long as he found the clues, he would be able to quickly learn how to cultivate it. I've got it. As soon as he finished sorting out the information, Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and smiled. He had touched the bottom laws. The door to cultivating the astral origin technique was open to him. This step seemed very simple for him because he was once a heavenly god. His control over everything was much stronger than others. The difference was like the difference between the lower realms of the third realm and the upper realms of the 8 realms. It was not the same concept. Yun Nuashing and he had done something similar before. So it might seem simple, but for a god like him, it would take at least a few decades. The people in that world all cultivate astral energy. The so-called astral origin technique was born from this. It's a world that specializes in cultivating astral energy. However, the astral energy in that world doesn't seem as pure as the one in the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. The realm of the gods was an extremely special existence. It was so special that once it entered another world, that world would undergo earth-shaking changes because of its arrival. This was determined by the extremely strong karma and law of the realm of the gods. Its level of existence was above almost everything in the world. In front of the realm of the gods, all existences would have a lower priority. Of course, the celestial gods were originally outside of the law, so they had to be excluded. All worlds would change because of the arrival of the realm of the gods. For example, the world where the realm of the gods resided had undergone fundamental changes because of its existence. The laws of this world were incomparably powerful. The astral energy in this world was like the difference between the sun and gravel when compared to other worlds. These were all changes brought about by the realm of the gods. It was not called the first major world in the 8 realms for nothing. It was just a huge flat continent, but it was called a realm or a world for a reason. But this guy is quite amazing. With his own strength, he studied the astral energy all his life. He used the astral energy to an unfathomable level. It's so miraculous that he almost took the astral energy out of the energy system and made it the 4th factor. Even Yun Nuashing couldn't help but be surprised when she read the last part. There were 3 primary factors in a world: energy, laws, and order. All kinds of energy, be it immortal chi or demonic chi, spatial energy or time energy, would eventually be classified as energy. The astral energy was no exception. However, that ancient life had almost tampered with the primary factor of the world where it resided. He almost made the astral energy become independent and become the 4th factor in the world's planning. It could only be said that this person was terrifyingly powerful. Well, it's just wishful thinking. There have been countless divine realm experts in history, and naturally, there are many experts above the divine realm. They didn't do that and didn't arbitrarily change the primary factor. There must be a reason for that. Yun Nuashing smacked her lips. Tampering with the primary factor was simply shaking the essence of the world and tampering with the foundation of the Yuan realm. Many people in history should have thought of doing something like this, and she was one of them. Of course, in the end, no one really put it into action like this guy because it was too dangerous. If something went wrong, it would cause the Yuan realm to be in turmoil. No one knew what would happen then. There seemed to be a part of the ancient life's records in the origin astral technique, and it also mentioned this matter. Fortunately, it had sensed something taboo in the end and urgently stopped this suicidal act. Later on, it talked about many things, including its many views and research on this world. Generally speaking, it was similar to Yun Nuashing's understanding. There were some differences, but they were mostly the same. After all, when one studied the world from different perspectives, the results would naturally be different. Yun Nuashing sorted out the information in her mind, and suddenly caught something that was not quite the same. She could not help but frown. The first major world was created by the primordial God, and it contained a part of the primordial God's own divine power. It was blessed by the heavens and defied the heavens. It was as if the primordial God had personally descended, and all the worlds that it passed by would be bestowed with grace. The gap between my world and it was difficult to measure, so I had no choice but to choose to go to the first major world to continue my path. The study of the primordial divine power was very difficult. It was scattered and dissolved in every inch of the world, and not a single drop could be captured. I could see it drifting out of the first major world with my own eyes, but I could not touch it at all. Unfortunately, this study had to be stopped prematurely. I'm still looking for the path after the first star. The first major world seems to be called the world after God. 12 eras have passed in this world, and it's very difficult. The world I'm in is not at the center of the void, but only at the edge of the realm of heaven. The conditions there are much worse. I've studied the realm of earth and the lower realm for many years, but I still can't figure out the law of the energy flow in the void, and I can't tell what divides the three realms. The void is boundless, and the three realms also grow without limit along with the known range, as if there's no end to it. This is a very strange phenomenon. With the power of the first star, it's enough to analyze the existence of the 8 realms. The Great Yuan realm is divided into 8. The 7 realms can clearly find the traces of the primordial element of the 8 realms flowing through the lower realms. If the people of the 7 realms can find this special trace, they can follow this river and come to the 8 realms. It's the same for other people in the lower realms. I've analyzed the existence of the 8 realms, but I couldn't find the source above it. The source of everything is the 8 realms itself, and there's no higher primordial realm. It's also impossible to break through the first star realm by searching for a higher existence. This stage is so sacred that it doesn't allow the slightest bit of crooked methods. In the end, you can only rely on yourself to take that step. It's been 14 eras, and it's now the 65th era in the Great Yuan Realm's calendar. The void reboot 5 eras ago left me with a hidden disease. In theory, the first star realm is definitely not affected by the void reboot, but it seems like it's just wishful thinking. Only by going to the first Great Yuan realm can one truly avoid the enormous power of the void reboot. That power is even more terrifying than all the karma and laws of order. I can feel the scent of the primordial divine power. Perhaps the void reboot is a time ritual left behind by the primordial God. This primordial realm needs this process. The Great Yuan realm that is moving forward without any restrictions needs an emergency switch to stop the self-destructive world at the critical moment. It's been a very long time since the 67th era in the Great Yuan realm's calendar. I've been to many places in the Great Yuan realm, but I still can't find the path beyond the first star realm. During this period, I've failed 100,000 times, and each time I've used hundreds of millions of years. I can't see any hope. This step is too difficult. It's not a natural moat, but an abyss of despair. Of all the first star realm experts and countless celestial god experts in the first Great Yuan realm, only 1 in 100 million can squeeze into that rank. Have I overestimated myself? In the 68th era in the Great Yuan realm's calendar, I can feel that the end of my life is near. A first-star realm expert should have an unlimited lifespan, but the power of the void reboot has been interfering with me, disrupting my star position. From this era onwards, my body has been deteriorating, and it's at this moment of despair that I mysteriously broke through. When Yun Nuashing saw this, she was completely stunned. Her head trembled and she nearly fainted. What did she mean by mysteriously breaking through? After working hard for 17 eras, she still couldn't see any signs of hope. Then, when she was on the brink of death, she suddenly broke through. Ascended above, celestial god. F***CKU. I did not feel any external force. It was completely different from what I had imagined. A breakthrough caused by the primordial divine power. I did not detect any mistakes in my body, nor did I discover any changes in my body. I could only feel that the power in my hands was on a completely different level. The gap of one step was enough to make one despair. I could only feel that I had leaped into a completely different realm. This feeling had not been felt for 17 eras. That's right, it was so powerful that it fascinated me. It was as though I could grasp the void in my hands. I don't know what this realm is called, but in my world, no one had ever reached beyond the initial star stage. Let's just call it that for the time being. After 17 eras of hard work, I've somehow achieved my goal. I'm a bit uneasy because this power came too mysteriously. It's too strange. I'm worried that this power will disappear one day. It's funny to say that there are times when I'm afraid, even at this realm. I haven't felt this kind of emotion for many years. Even when I'm facing the void reset, I didn't feel afraid. But at this juncture, I'm worried about this unknown power. Since I've obtained this power out of nowhere, I must be prepared that this power may disappear at any time. I can feel that my remaining lifespan seems to have lengthened a little, but I still haven't fully recovered. The injuries caused by void reset can't be healed. I should have less than half an era of lifespan left. This makes me very uncomfortable. It's rare for me to reach this level, but I'm being declared dead before I even get to see all the mysteries of this level. I have to finish everything before my time is up. I also have to leave some meager records, so that people who come later can see them. At least this life won't be in vain. It's the end of the 68th era in the Yuan realm calendar. It's about time. I've already prepared everything. If I don't want to become a pale name that will be remembered by others, I can only give it a try. I'm not willing to give up the fruits of my labor in this life. I want to continue it. This is the only path I can take. I hope I won't fall halfway. What's that? Is that a relic? An altar swaying in the starry sky, and the void? There's not much time left. I shouldn't waste my time here. It's time to end. Wait, don't tell me that thing really exists. This doesn't make sense. 8. The information stopped abruptly here. The information that was forcefully cut off at the end made Yun Nuashing's face turn black. She rolled up the scroll and threw the origin of the astral technique with all her might. F***CKU. You're killing me with OCD. In short, through this large pile of information, Yun Nuashing learned a lot about the ancient life. It was a powerful being from the Dark Age. Before the end of the era, it was already a celestial god. It survived the great reincarnation with great difficulty, but unfortunately, it left behind a root of misfortune. However, the root of misfortune did not erupt all at once. It just slowly nibbled away at its life. It spent 17 eras and tried hundreds of thousands of methods to break through to the celestial god level. However, when it was about to die, it inexplicably made a breakthrough and forcibly extended its life. With the power of the celestial god level, it endured for another half an era. When it was about to reach the end of its life, it was unwilling to die just like that. So it thought of a way to pave the way for its future and prepared everything. It entered the reincarnation cycle alone, hoping that one day it could start all over again. When it was about to enter the reincarnation cycle, it saw something that scared it so much that it almost sat up from its coffin. However, Before it could see clearly, it entered the reincarnation cycle, and this life ended. As for whether the ancient life had returned from the reincarnation cycle, Yun Nuashing felt that he had returned and had chosen the realm of the gods as the location for his next life. If one had to ask why, it was because the traces in the cave and on the stone walls were not from the same time period as the rundown ancient temple. The time around the rundown ancient temple had completely stopped, and one could not feel the passage of time. The aura of time could not affect the ancient temple. However, the traces on the cave walls were left behind by time. He felt that the traces on the stone walls should have been left behind by himself after his return. As for why, he was not sure. He just felt that way. He had no idea why or what he wanted to do. In the end, it was just a guess. He just had to wait for the ancient life to jump out and verify his guess. Wasn't I going to cultivate? Yun Nuashing suddenly raised his eyebrows. For some reason, he felt that he had been led astray by his own thoughts. He was not planning to cultivate the origin astral technique. He suddenly saw the information recorded in the scroll and read it with interest. Then his thoughts were led astray. After flipping through the origin astral technique scroll, Yun Nuashing angrily lay down on his back. He felt that he had seen something that he was very concerned about, and he was not in the mood to cultivate. After 17 eras, even the experts above the heavenly god realm don't know how they broke through. Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing felt that his mind was as messy as a hemp rope. However, after a moment, he returned to calmness and sighed. If possible, I really want to see it. Even it doesn't know the breakthrough process. Maybe I can find some clues from it. The power of the first generation of great heavenly gods. To be honest, it's not that I haven't thought about it. However, it's more or less unreliable. Who knows where the first generation of heavenly gods died? They left behind an empty world, and they all died in the twilight of the gods. This name is also very common. He sighed helplessly and sat up. These 5 words were very common. In the eyes of mortals, the death of a group of elementary gods could be considered the twilight of the gods. Then, did the first generation of great heavenly gods all die in battle? He was not too sure. He felt that at least the supreme god of destruction should have survived. In the cycle of reincarnation, she was waiting. What was she waiting for? He was not sure. Was she waiting for something? He was also not sure. In the end, what realm was she at? Above the heavenly god realm, that was for sure. How many realms were there above the heavenly god realm? In the past, he thought that the heavenly god realm was the end. Only when he stood there did he realize that there were higher realms, but he could never reach them. A group of powerful heavenly gods spent their entire lives trying to pass down generations of painstaking efforts in order to reach a realm that they did not know, did not understand, and could not understand. However, they could not find the path. That ancient life form was not the first person to cross over in confusion. As far as he knew, there should be more, and there should be more that had not been recorded. However, what was the reason? He reckoned that no one could answer this question. Lu Li. Suddenly he muttered the name. He felt a little nostalgic. He did not know if she should be doing well now. He was very curious. He did not know if she had become a heavenly god, and whether the plan back then had succeeded. He really wanted to know. He wanted to explore the path after that through her. He felt that if it was her, she should be able to do it. This thought made him laugh bitterly. The former heavenly god of primal chaos finally could not help but ask for help from others. Gods, heavenly gods, how laughable! He stood alone on the highest peak of the tower, but still wanted to reach higher. However, there was nothing that he could touch within his reach. He had no other choice but to stand on the top of the tower, stand on his tiptoes, and reach out his hand, hoping to reach higher places. However, when he looked around, he saw a group of dazed people standing alone, looking at each other from afar. Unwilling to give up, they continued to place things on the top of the tower, making the tower taller than usual. They forced themselves to be taller, and the steeple became on the verge of collapse. Layers of stones were placed on the already unstable top of the tower, and in the end, only a straight line was left on the top of the tower. It became abnormally dangerous at the top, and the slightest movement could cause the steeple to shake. At the beginning, they might be able to persevere until they could no longer bear all of this. At this time, the slightest bit of carelessness would cause them to fall down together with the steeple. Below them was the endless abyss that they had created. If they fell down, they would be smashed to pieces and might not even be able to reach the ground again. In the end, they were unable to reach the higher level. He fell down, but he did not fall straight down. Instead, he hung onto the top of the tower, wanting to climb up again. However, when he looked at the incomparably sharp top of the tower, he felt at a loss. Looking at the endless top, he was even more at a loss. Thus, he could not help but want to reach out and ask for help from others. Perhaps this was also the reason why he had them follow him all this time. He wanted to make the top of the tower less dangerous. Chapter 1005. Starlight descended from the sky and landed on the lake that was filled with purple gold magma. Thousands of strands of starlight turned into a magnificent pillar of starlight. Black energy decorated the real stars. Above the magma lake, Yun Nuashing sat cross-legged in the center of the pillar of starlight. Thousands of thumb-sized stars appeared around him. Those were all condensed from the power of the stars. After cultivating for a period of time, Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. The stars that shrouded his body fluctuated slightly and revolved around him at an extremely fast speed. It was as if he was the center of the star field. He opened his eyes and looked down. One of the 4 vortexes had quietly disappeared, but the person inside it had no intention of coming out. It seemed that he was still cultivating. His aura was gradually increasing. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the sky outside the volcano. He sighed softly. It's been almost 10 days. It's been almost 10 days since I entered the divine miracle. Isn't it a little too long? Yun Nuashing rubbed his hair and sighed again. This had almost become a habit. He slowly stood up and stretched. With a thought, the thousands of stars that surrounded him retracted back into his body. He pinched his wrist and squeezed his palm hard. He muttered to himself, "This origin astral technique is not bad. It dissects the power of the stars very thoroughly. Beginners probably won't be able to cultivate it. Oh, that's nonsense. It's a fool to come into contact with something above the divine grade when they're new to a different field." The last comet that did not have time to be absorbed into his body lost its power and quickly brushed past Yun Nuashing, dragging a starlight tail and disappearing into the horizon at a speed that was many times faster than the speed of sound. Yun Nuashing. That thing can fly out? After moving a little, he descended to the surface of the magma lake. He reached his hand into the magma lake and groped around. Then he grabbed the back of the person's collar and lifted her up. He wasn't worried that their cultivation would be disturbed. Basically, such a thing wouldn't happen. He knocked Er's little head with a moderate amount of force. The little girl's entire body abruptly shook as she woke up. She discovered that Yun Nuashing had lifted her up in the air like a little chick. She immediately shook her legs in a panic and said with an innocent face, "Big brother Yin, what are you doing?" Ignoring her act of acting cute, Yun Nuashing's forehead darkened. With a face full of smiles, he said kindly, "I remember I told you guys not to advance. Could it be that it all came out from your right ear?" That kind gaze made Er's little body tremble. She curled into a ball in the air and lowered her head. She didn't say anything. She did feel that there were signs of advancement just now. In her excitement, she followed the momentum and forgot what he said. After all, she was advancing to the beginner god level. Once she crossed over, she would be in 2 completely different realms. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. They were 2 completely different realms. If she didn't reach the beginner god level, she would always be a nobody. Oh, because this idea has been deeply rooted in your mind. When the momentum appeared, you couldn't help but want to break through, right? After listening to you, Er's muttering, Yun Nuashing smiled even more kindly. His darkened face made you, Er's body tremble like a sieve. Mei Mao's eyes were watery. Yun Nuashing pursed his lips. He carried her like this and turned his head to look at the other three. He chuckled and said, How much longer can you hold it in? Splash! As soon as he laughed, 3 little heads popped up from the surface of the lake. They looked at him with embarrassment. Little Moon even buried half of her little face in the lava and blue lava bubbles. Her little face was frowning slightly, and her moon-like eyes were sparkling. It had to be said that this pitiful look could arouse other men's desire to protect her. Only Yun Nuashing was used to this, so he just put on a fake smile and said, Get up! The 2 simple words made Little Moon and Chu Xianling emerge from the lava. They hurriedly looked at you, who was being carried in the air like a little chick. Then they looked straight ahead and put on a serious expression, pretending that they didn't see anything. When you, saw that the 3 of them were ignoring her, she pouted angrily. She couldn't help but say in her soul, You're not saving me. Ingrates. What happened to facing it together? It's all fake. The corner of Little Moon's mouth twitched. She really wanted to say that she deserved it. She was the one who suggested that she wanted to advance without her brother's knowledge. She thought that her brother wouldn't notice them when he was cultivating, and by the time they successfully advanced, it would be too late. Even her brother wouldn't be able to say anything. Yes, that was what that idiot originally planned, but she voted against it. After all, her brother said that they couldn't advance, although she couldn't hold it in herself. This was the reason why she didn't refute that noisy girl now. Yun Nuashing glanced at the 4 people, whose eyes were filled with lightning, and sighed in annoyance. She said, Stand there and don't move. Then she carried you, to the side. When Little Moon and the other 2 saw this, they were filled with malicious guesses. This little girl couldn't escape this time. They could tell from her expression when she was carried away. It was an understatement to say that she was going to die generously. She looked like she was going to die heroically. Carrying you, to the side, he condensed a piece of ice on the surface of the lava lake and stood on it. Only then did he put the little girl down. Yun Nuashing looked at her with a solemn expression. His gaze was sizing up this little girl from head to toe, causing her hair to stand on end. She kept feeling that this gaze was like a god sizing up a piece of fat meat, thinking about where to cut. 5 minutes later, Yun Nuashing nodded. Her voice was extremely solemn. Strip. You are blushed. Ah, show your stomach. Yun Nuashing was expressionless. Without waiting for the little girl to react, she began to make hand seals. The next seal is to prevent you from accidentally squeezing into the beginner god level. When she said the word accidentally, she sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. You shuddered when she heard it. When she thought of Yun Nuashing's angry face, her mind went blank. She didn't even think about it and pulled up her top. Her jade-like skin was instantly exposed to the air. Yun Nuashing was still expressionless. She changed her hand seals, and all the energy in her palm condensed on her index finger. She poked you, lower abdomen. Her hand moved like a dragon and snake, and in a short moment she drew a red talisman. Then she poked a second stroke without stopping. This time she drew an orange talisman, followed by a yellow one. Every talisman looked very mysterious. In any case, you admitted that she couldn't understand a single stroke. Those few talismans were stacked together, and every talisman of different colors must have a stroke that intersected with the centermost point. Buzz. When the last purple talisman landed, the few talismans that were stacked together trembled slightly. With a soft, buzzing sound, all the colors faded away and merged into the centermost point. The talismans turned black. However, in just a short moment, those colors surged out from the centermost point. What appeared once again was a rainbow color that filled 7 talismans. It rapidly spread to the rest of the body, as if the talismans were blooming. The colors at the corners stopped after spreading for 3 inches. Then they slowly shrank and automatically condensed into a huge, mysterious talisman. Yun Nuashing bent her finger and gently pointed. That talisman sank into you, Er's body, wrapping the energy carrier in her lower abdomen impeccably like a sealed seal. It's done. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. Obediently put down her clothes. Her beautiful face was slightly red, but this couldn't stop her curiosity. Brother Yin, what is that? 7 trillion seal. Yun Nuashing stretched out her thumb and pointed in the direction where Little Moon and the others were. During this period of time, the energy that you have cultivated will be completely accumulated in the seal. When the seal is released, it will be poured out in one go. However, this is only the small 7 trillion seal, so the effect is limited. The large 7 trillion seal will suppress your current realm and accumulate energy to cultivate again. When you reach a certain level, the accumulated energy will be released 7 times to help you break through to a higher level. However, this is a one-time release. Yes, there won't be as many as 7 times, just one time, so it won't suppress your realm. All right, call you over. Yu blinked and nodded. Then she skipped over. She was glad that she was wearing a dress today. If it was a dress, she would have to take it off completely next. Little Moon, Chu Xianling, and Chu Qin didn't have any problems either. Yun Nuashing did the same thing and created the small 7 trillion seal. This allowed them to continue cultivating for the time being, and they didn't have to directly advance to the beginner god level. However, it was a little awkward when she was drawing the seal. Little Moon was wearing a white robe, and her belt was almost half undone. However, Yun Nuashing didn't feel anything. Chu Xianling was also a little embarrassed. However, these two were still fine. He knew that his eyes wouldn't look around randomly, and his heart was as calm as still water. Look at him. He was already over 70 trillion years old. With his condition, he could have been awarded a sage award long ago. Little girl, or whatever. He wasn't a person who was infatuated with lust. However, Chu Qin, didn't I ask you to take it all off? Looking at Chu Qin, who flung his clothes and took off everything in a second, Yun Nuashing was so angry that he almost kicked him into the magma. When they returned, Chu Xianling saw that his younger brother's face was bruised and swollen. He couldn't help but ask with concern, "What happened to you?" Chu Qin grinned and laughed bitterly. "No, it's just that it stings big brother Yun's eyes." Chu Xianling and the other 2 girls were confused. The small 7 trillion seal doesn't hinder your cultivation. How much you cultivate now is just accumulating energy. It's just like how I advanced from the 2nd seal of the demon level to the 9th refinement stage of the demigod level in one go. It's the same principle. It only prevents excessive energy from being stored in the energy carrier and prevents you from advancing. Yun Nuashing was expressionless, but a vein popped out on her forehead. You've already cultivated for 7 days. You didn't sleep or rest for 7 days. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he brought the few of them to a place near the volcano wall. On the mountain wall, close to the lava lake, there was a mark about 3 inches above the surface of the lake. He pointed at the mark and said, "This is the result of 7 days of hard work by the 4 of you." If it wasn't for the size of the lake, Little Moon and the other 3 girls looked embarrassed. They didn't expect to use up so much transcendental energy. This meant that they had a lot of flaws in their bodies. It wasn't as simple as just 1 or 2 flaws. Little Purple Soul ran over from afar. She stepped on the surface of the lava lake and jumped into Yun Nuashing's arms. She rubbed against him comfortably and climbed onto his shoulder. Little Magic jumped down from the little girl's head. He stepped on Little Moon and the others' heads and jumped around. After 2 rounds, he returned to Yun Nuashing's head and called out to them, "Woo woo!" They looked at the white ball of meat speechlessly. Was this a new way of greeting? Many things have happened in the divine miracle in the past 7 days. However, it doesn't have much to do with us. The celestial luck is also full. Unfortunately, it's all gold. There's not a single black one, let alone those mixed colors. Yun Nuashing shrugged and sighed. Is the divine miracle not over yet? You are hung on Yun Nuashing's body listlessly and rambled. I don't like this place. It's annoying. It feels dead. It doesn't have the liveliness of the realm of the gods. After all, this is not a complete space. Many of the laws are not complete. It's an incomplete land that evolved on its own. Yun Nuashing also felt a little helpless. He was used to these things. He had also been to places with even more fragmented laws. Or rather, those fragmented lands were more common. Places like the myriad god realm where all the laws and order were perfect and complete were the rarest treasures. A small world without anyone taking care of it, without the existence of a small world core, would become a dilapidated land in less than 1,000 years. There were many places with chaotic laws everywhere in the starry sky. Little Moon stretched her body, just as she was about to sit down and rest. The pale pink light on her palm suddenly became very bright. She could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Buzz! The same thing happened to Yun Nuashing and the others. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing understood. Looks like it's the final moment. Little purple soul, come back to my soul. I don't know if the so-called final destination can bring others in, but it should be fine as long as you're in my soul. Yes, little purple soul replied with a drawn-out voice. She smacked her lips on his face and then went into his soul with a smile. Not only them, but all the people in the Holy Spirit miracle who had pale pink light on their palms had also noticed this scene. The light on their palms became incomparably bright. For a moment, everyone stood up. They had the information and knew what was going on. Their eyes flashed with anticipation, and some of them were eager to try. However, some people just sighed. They didn't seem to be very interested. It seemed that they didn't have much hope. After all, every time the Holy Spirit miracle opened, the highlight was always the same, which was the final destination. However, they were always disappointed. Naturally, they didn't feel that there was much hope after hearing so much about it. Buzz! Beams of starlight fell from the sky and enveloped all the people with pale pink light on their palms. Everyone slowly floated up. No matter where they were surrounded by the light. Those who were still being chased stopped because of the sudden appearance of the beams of light. Seeing this, the people who were chasing after them excitedly rushed forward. However, they were repelled by the beams of light. Seeing this, the people inside the beams of light heaved a sigh of relief. It was really a blessing in disguise. They were chased because of the qualification to enter the divine miracle. In the end, they were saved because of the qualification to enter the divine miracle. Sigh. Those who did not get the qualification stopped and sighed when they saw the beams of starlight descending. However, they did not seem to be disappointed. Anyway, according to the rumors, they could not enter the final destination. Even if they went in, they might not get anything. Thinking of this, they felt much better. I wonder if the final destination can be open this time. It's hard to say. Once, it was said that 20 young supreme experts and 300 young experts were gathered together, but they still failed to break the barrier. You can imagine how difficult it was. Moreover, there were 50 divine emperors among the 300 experts. Well, that has nothing to do with us. While there is still some time before they go in, let's hurry up and collect the star's fate. Brother, are you trying to make a last-minute effort? Shut up! Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He raised his head and looked at the beams of starlight. His calm heart actually felt a little nervous at this moment. He could not help but smile bitterly. He had not felt this way for many years. Not counting the time when he had not recovered his memory. Little Moon walked to his side and held his hand. She tilted her head and looked at his beautiful face. She found a trace of undetectable anticipation and nervousness. She could not help but smile. Brother, are you nervous? Yun Nuashing closed his eyes. took a deep breath, and exhaled heavily. After trying a few times, he still couldn't calm himself down. He smiled helplessly a little. The source of the turmoil in the middle of the far ancient era, the source of the 16 trillion years of war. Everything is because of this. The things that happened are still vivid in my mind. Now, I want to see the glory of the source of the turmoil. The entire far ancient era has been fighting for so many years. In the end, only I know about it. How can I not be excited? Yun Nuashin grinned. Whoosh! The pink light in his hand became denser and denser. The hundreds of figures that were enveloped by it rose into the air. When the pillar of light was at its brightest, there was a flash, and the people and the pillar of starlight disappeared. The other young experts who watched these people leave all took a deep breath and could not help but grin. The show is about to begin. In the brilliant and eternal star region, there was an endless stretch of palaces that stretched for hundreds of thousands of feet. It was incomparably grand. Starlight shone over the entire stretch of palaces and cast a beautiful light on the walls of the palaces. It was as if they were made from perfect gems and were as magnificent as the most precious treasures in the world. Moreover, the stretch of palaces did not have a single style. Even those who did not understand could tell with a single glance. Although the palaces changed styles in the same area, it did not seem abrupt. It also seemed like a colossus that had been built several times. This stretch of palaces silently stood in the starry sky, perfectly blending into the background of the starry sky. There was no pressure coming from it. It just floated quietly in the starry sky like a creeping beast that was in a long period of slumber. Outside the body of this colossal beast, there was a huge transparent barrier. It was still flickering with starlight. The stars that had condensed were the size of wash basins and slowly revolved around the starlight barrier. There was a platform at an unknown distance in front of the stretch of palaces. Although it was quite far away, it was obvious that the two were one. The platform was directly facing the entrance of the stretch of palaces. At this moment, starlight suddenly descended from the platform that was tens of thousands of feet wide. Pink balls of light descended from the starlight. After a slight pause, figures slowly walked out of the pink balls of light. Their auras seemed extremely vast and mighty. Some of them still had lingering battle intent, which made their auras even denser. The people who walked out of the balls of light first looked at each other before looking forward at the same time. Even though there was a distance between them, the stretch of palaces was just too eye-catching. It was impossible for them not to notice it. When they saw the magnificent stretch of palaces, cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. Yun Nuashing's expression trembled slightly. An extremely complicated light suddenly flashed through his eyes. There was also some reminiscence and longing. He had only seen this stretch of palaces once. He couldn't say that he was very familiar with it. However, it didn't matter. After all, he just remembered some things because of this stretch of palaces. The past was still vivid in his mind. It was impossible for him to forget those people, those things, and this stretch of palaces. Little Star. The affectionate call that came from their souls caused little Yuyang and the others to hurriedly turn their heads. They saw Ziyan and Ming Ming jogging over from a short distance away. The few little girls also smiled sweetly and hurriedly waved their hands at them. Yun Nuashing was still lost in thought as he looked at the stretch of palaces. It wasn't until Ming and Ziyan ran to his side and waved in front of his eyes that he came back to his senses. Seeing the two of them staring at him coquettishly, he couldn't help but smile. "Oh, you're back. It seems that you're in good shape. Unlike you, who lost your soul all of a sudden." Chu Yingzhan put one hand on her waist and patted his shoulder grumpily. She sized up Chu Xianling and Ziyan and said, "Not bad. You've taken good care of these two followers." Chu Xianling and Chu Chen were speechless. How could she call them followers? Although they were the ones who said that they wanted to follow Yun Nuashing in the beginning. "Boss, there's a surprise." Nightmare laughed sinisterly. His laughter was very sinister, and Yun Nuashing was confused. Yuan, she coughed softly and winked at Zian and Qinyan, as if to say, hurry up. There aren't many chances. Hurry up. Zian rolled his eyes and looked at Qinyan helplessly. Then the two of them took out the melted starstones and handed them to Yun Nuashing. Here, a gift for you. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and used his soul power to invade the melted starstones. When he saw the two red and black stars stuffed with the melted starstones, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his eyes widened, and a touch of joy burst out from his eyes. Everyone was stunned. This guy's eyes were shining, like the sun. Yun Nuashing put away the two melted starstones and coughed dryly. He raised his head and saw Zian blinking at Mei Mao. Qinyan looked indifferent, as if she didn't care, but she looked over faintly. It seemed that she also cared about it. Well, I'll give you two time to think about your wishes. We'll talk about it when we get back. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. He just said that. In fact, he didn't have much hope. He didn't expect that they would really find it. Yeah. Nightmare and Yuan, she both cheered, causing a group of people to look over. However, the two of them glared fiercely at them. Yun Nuashing looked at these two lunatics in confusion. Although he didn't know how they discussed and distributed the wishes, it seemed that the wishes were given to Zian and Qinyan. Was there something else that he didn't know? Forget it, he didn't care. Anyway, he wouldn't go back on his words, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt that the two lunatics' smiles were not normal. He had a faint, ominous premonition. Chapter 1006. The prototype of the 3,000 star ruins, the 3,000 star ruins that once caused a great sensation in that distant world and shook the entire upper plane of the 8 elements realm. It was also the beginning of many things. Yun Nuashing looked at the star palace that stretched out for an unknown distance and sighed. This was something that he did not expect at all. After dozens of epochs, he returned to the beginning. The 3,000 star ruins was a disaster that caused the entire 8 elements realm to be shaken and exposed the god realm to all the other worlds. The 16 trillion years of war was all because of the appearance of these star ruins. At this time he came here again. It was like a reincarnation. He stood here again and looked up at the star palace with an indescribable feeling in his heart. However, he was no longer the same person as before. The people beside him were also no longer the same people. It could be said that both of them had changed their appearances. It was their first meeting after dozens of epochs. This palace is the 3,000 star ruins, that little star you saw before? Yuan, she could not help but ask. Yun Nuashing nodded and sighed. It's exactly the same. Even the layout is almost the same. However, the 3,000 star ruins did not have an energy barrier. It was simply exposed to the starry sky. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing felt someone looking at him. He turned his head and saw Qinyu and the others waving at him from not far away. Then they pointed at themselves and smiled. Yun Nuashing immediately understood what they meant and nodded with a smile. Yun Nuashing had just sorted out his messy thoughts and was about to take a good look at the breakthrough point of the 3,000 star relics in different places when a petite figure came over from beside him. He turned his head and happened to see a young girl who had not yet reached his chest looking up at him expressionlessly. Her hand even tugged at his sleeve. The girl's appearance was quite delicate. She was not the kind of beautiful, but she was petite and cute. 2 ponytails hung behind her, hanging down to her waist. Her face was expressionless, and even her eyes were listless like those of a blind person. However, as a godly emperor, physical defects were not a problem at all. Therefore, Yun Nuashing could tell that this cute girl was not blind, but just like a blind person. Yun Nuashing bent down slightly. At this time, Zian and the others also saw this little girl who suddenly came over. They were all puzzled, but they did not show it. My name is Tao Chu. I am here to help you under the orders of Elder Shao and Grandmaster. The 7 guides are all godly emperors. The little girl lowered her head slightly and looked at Yun Nuashing. Then she glanced at the people around him and asked, "Are you all here?" "Yes, yes." Yuan, she looked around and nodded. Yun Nuashing saw her expressionless face and could not help but smile faintly. "I know your grandmaster must have scolded me when he sent you here." Hearing this, Tao Chu quickly shook his head. However, before he could speak, Yun Nuashing finished the next sentence with great momentum. "You don't have to repeat it. I don't intend to listen." Tao Chu's cute little face trembled fiercely. He sighed helplessly, shook his head, and said expressionlessly, "Grandmaster just told us to follow your arrangements until the barrier is broken." Seeing her finally show some expression, Yun Nuashing laughed in his heart. He straightened up and looked at the energy barrier between the platform and the 3,000 star palaces. After pondering for a long time, he nodded and said, "Just do it according to your procedures. I will take a look first." "Understood." Tao Chu nodded, turned around, and walked to a place where 6 other people were looking at them expectantly. They seemed to be the other 6 guides. After Tao Chu walked back, he told the other 6 about Yun Nuashing's situation. Then the 6 of them looked at the barrier and opened their mouths from time to time, as if they were discussing something. Yuan Shi, who had been looking around, suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Hey, little star, we met a very strong opponent earlier. Are you interested in learning more about him?" "Not interested." Yun Nuashing shook her head, then said, "How strong was he?" Everyone smiled bitterly. "Are you concerned or not? I fought with this fool until both sides were injured. However, my opponent was beaten down by me. It wasn't satisfying, not satisfying at all." Nightmare crossed his arms and sighed. He clenched his fists again, as if he wanted to move them to loosen his bones. Oh, at this moment, Yun Nuashing was a little interested. With their current strength, to be able to fight to a draw with them, their opponent was clearly the type that was truly strong. Could it be that he also possesses a divine grade or above divine grade divine arts? It seems so. However, the quality is not as good as ours. His cultivation level is even higher than ours. There, it's those 3. The one in the middle also knows the Celestial King Battle Song, and he actually played it. However, it's an incomplete version, not as complete as yours. Yuan, she raised his chin and pointed in a direction. Hearing that the other party also knew the Celestial King Battle Song, Yun Nuashing became even more interested. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Yi Wenlu and the other 2. They were quietly looking at the palace of stars in the distance, as if they didn't notice them. These 3. It's not surprising that they know the Celestial King Battle Song. Looking at the 3 of them, Yun Nuashing was taken aback as well. He let out a bitter laugh. Back then, when they had reached the palace in the immortal King Valley, someone had beaten them to it. Coincidentally, it was the 3 of them. To think that they would be here as well. Furthermore, they had bumped into Yuan Shi and the rest. After listening to Yun Nuashing roughly explain a small part of the details of the Celestial King Valley that they didn't know, Yuan Shi and the others were also enlightened. Then, they couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. If they had arrived a little later, they would have been able to see Little Star unravel that part of the secret and obtain the complete version of the Celestial King Battle Song. Unfortunately, they had arrived too early. They couldn't help but sigh. This was fate. While the few of them were chatting, the Tao Seti people seemed to have finished their discussion. The 7 of them slowly walked to the front of the platform they were on. When they saw the few of them walking out, some of the people who knew what was going to happen next knew what was going to happen. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The noise gradually died down, and everyone turned their gazes. Everyone, first of all, congratulations. Those who can reach this place are all outstanding people in their respective cultivation realms. Those who have some understanding of the saint's spiritual miracle can roughly guess what is going to happen next. I won't waste your time explaining it in detail. Among the 7 people, a tall man walked out. His deep voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone held their breaths and focused, secretly gathering their strength. Many of those who could reach this place knew what was going to happen next. Only a small portion of them didn't know. We will lead the way. Although I don't dare to say that we are the strongest 7 among you, at least we have the highest cultivation realms. Next, the 7 of us will guide everyone's attacks. You just need to unleash your strongest attacks and leave the rest to us. This is related to whether or not the final destination can be opened, so I hope that everyone will not hold back. At this moment, we cannot even enter the door, let alone the opportunities inside. The first thing we need to do is to work together to break this layer of barrier. As for the worries of being ambushed after exhausting our strength, you can rest assured. After the barrier is opened, we can wait for everyone to recover before we step in together. As for the rewards inside, it will all depend on one's ability. Everyone listened and pondered for a moment before nodding. On the surface, there didn't seem to be any problems. It would be best if they could enter together in their peak condition. They were just afraid that if they used all their strength to break through the barrier, it would all be for the benefit of others. Everyone, let's attack with all our strength. The man shouted. His divine emperor aura broke out from his body and swept out like a hurricane. His imposing manner rose to its peak in an instant. The others also shouted in unison. Extremely bright energy beams burst out from their bodies and quickly condensed in the air. The others also roared furiously as energy surged out from their bodies. Immediately, 7 to 8 different elements crazily surged in the air above the platform. Tao, Chu, and the rest looked at each other and nodded. Their hands suddenly clapped together, forming hand seals with lightning-like speed. Subsequently, the hundreds of different types of energy that had gathered in the air were drawn towards the energy that the few of them had gathered. The frightening energy cloud crazily surged. Under the precise control of the 7 of them, it began to compress. "Brother, should we go and help too?" Ming tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. She sensed that everyone on the platform had contributed their strength. As for whether they had really used all their strength, she wasn't sure. You can go and help. With your strength, you don't need to use all your strength. It's enough to gather 1/3 of your energy. Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "If they fail, I may need your help when I attack later." Hearing this, Ming Ming and the others nodded and released their own energy into the huge ball of energy. Boom! When the huge body was suppressed to only 1,000 feet, the absolute power that had been raised by several levels suddenly erupted in an instant. It turned into 1,000 feet huge, multicolored energy beam that shot out from the platform. Violent energy suddenly streaked across the star region and violently collided with the energy barrier. Instantly, the energy colors that erupted caused the entire star region to dim slightly. The huge energy barrier actually trembled slightly. Yun Nuashing estimated that the terrifying attack that had gathered everyone's strength was at least between the divine realm and the king of hell. It could be seen that the quality of these hundreds of people was definitely the best of the best. Each of them was an existence that could fight against those at a higher level. No, there's not enough energy. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Perhaps to prove her words, the moment she finished speaking, the terrifying energy burst, suddenly shrunk, and the energy beam disappeared. Everyone looked at the energy barrier immediately, but they saw that the huge barrier in the starry sky didn't change at all. It was still multicolored, and there wasn't even a crack. When the man saw this, he took a deep breath and waved his hand. He took out a divine weapon and shouted, again, "Sacrifice the divine weapon." When everyone saw that the barrier didn't even budge under their full strength attack, their eyes trembled. The rumors were true. This barrier needed more energy to break. Instantly, their doubts were dispelled. They took out their divine weapons and shouted. Their auras became even more turbulent. In an instant, there were drops of starlight descending in the starry sky. A strong wind blew on the platform, and the space roared crazily. The elites among the hundreds of heaven's prides finally unleashed their most powerful attacks without any hesitation. Such a huge amount of energy gathered crazily. This time, the energy of the divine weapon was added. It was even more shocking. The power was enough to shake the galaxy. The Tau Ceti people also held mid-level divine weapons. They had a way to control the energy together and had the assistance of the divine weapon. However, controlling such a huge amount of wild and unrestrained energy at once still made their faces pale. Their fingers that were holding onto the divine weapon also turned slightly white. Boom! The tall man was the core leader. His long hair draped over his shoulders as he controlled and condensed so much energy. It was as if he had gone mad. When the huge amount of energy condensed to a critical point, he suddenly let out a roar. The violent energy that carried the power to destroy the world crashed into the huge star barrier like a meteorite. The light that erupted from it instantly covered all the starlight. Did it work this time? Looking at the destructive storm that was spreading wildly, those people who had exhausted most of their energy and were sitting on the ground couldn't help but sit up. They looked at the place where the energy storm was sweeping with anticipation. The energy storm lasted for a full 10 minutes. The surging shock waves kept crashing into the barrier, and it gradually dimmed as the energy was depleted. After 10 minutes, all the energy dissipated. The place that was covered by the gorgeous and terrifying energy storm appeared in everyone's sight. It was an energy wall that shone brilliantly with starlight. It was very beautiful, and everyone felt despair when they saw it. This thing really isn't that easy to break. Everyone laughed bitterly and looked at the impact point of the energy storm. The barrier there was still as smooth as a mirror. There was no reaction at all. They didn't have any hope. That attack had gathered the power of hundreds of divine weapons and added all their strength. In the end, it still couldn't break through. How strong was that broken thing? The Tau Ceti people also retreated a little with pale faces. Those who had unleashed too much energy even sat on the ground. Oh, it's a pity. If I was the one controlling the energy just now and used 2/3 of my strength. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook her head. What would happen? Chu Yingzhan gasped. She had also used up a lot of energy just now. You would see that the barrier is still standing firm. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Everyone, ah! Damn it, I finally saw through it. That thing is a rule barrier. It's not some high-level, God-level energy barrier. It stands on the level of rules, and it can be called the absolute defense under rules. Yun Nuashing sighed deeply and said in an inexplicable voice, ordinary low-level gods don't have the power of rules. That's a power that only god emperors can start to control. Creating a rule barrier here is purely to torment people, right? Everyone was speechless. Everyone was going crazy. Do you gods have any sense at all? Why do you always ask people to do things that are completely impossible? They were only low-level, god-level Hui. Even if they cultivated a god-level technique, it wasn't as if they could touch the power of rules just because they wanted to, okay. Only experts at the level of god emperors could get rid of this thing. The problem was that until now, no one could recognize that this was a rule barrier. The stars and fate energy here weren't very attractive to god emperors either. Wasn't this an endless loop? Seeing that everyone's faces had turned black and looked like they wanted to beat someone up, Yun Nuashing shook her head helplessly. Anyway, that's what I meant. I just told you all that. As she said that, she felt someone tugging at her sleeve. She lowered her head and saw Tao Chu panting softly with her mouth open. Her gray eyes looked at him helplessly, as if saying, I'll leave it to you, Yun, Nuashing shrugged. When she raised her head, she saw that many people were looking at her and frowning. They were probably very curious about the person that the guide was looking for. The other 6 guides also looked over helplessly. The man said helplessly, We've all tried our best, but it still didn't work. But this is also expected. I'll leave the rest of the time to you, okay? Yun Nuashing nodded and said, Okay, you guys take a break. At this time, Yuan Lu and the others also noticed Yun Nuashing and the others. They looked at Yuan Shi and the others, then looked at Yun Nuashing. They couldn't help but frown slightly. Yan Hua couldn't help but murmur, "It's her. She's the boss that guy was talking about." When she turned her head, she saw Nightmare and Yuan Shi. The two of them also noticed them. They couldn't help but grin and give a thumbs up. Then they pointed at Yun Nuashing with their eyes. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "This is our boss." However, Yan Hua didn't quite understand why he could understand the sentence with just one look. At this time, the man leading the way received a signal from Tao Chu. He nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "Since we can't destroy that barrier even with all our strength, it might be a problem with the method we used. Whoever is confident can go and take a look at that barrier." This was just an ostentatious sentence. When this sentence was said, no one jumped out. After all, they had personally tested the toughness of the barrier just now. None of them were confident. If they jumped out and couldn't solve it, it would be a joke. Whenever there was a crack in the barrier, someone would rush up and give it a try. The problem was that the astral barrier didn't react at all. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. He even deliberately waited for half a minute. Since no one came out, he would go himself. He turned his head and said to everyone, "Wait here for a while. I'll go and take a look at that thing. Ming, follow me." Ming was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, he saw Yun Nuashing rushing out. Without thinking much, he also rushed out. When everyone saw that someone really rushed out, they also stretched their necks out curiously. Some of them had eyes full of ridicule. They wiped their eyes clean and waited for a good show. Qin Yu and the others looked into the distance for a while. She couldn't help but laugh. Sister Uxan is going to take action. Oh, let's go and take a look. The Emperor of War also raised his voice a little. In front of the astral barrier, Yun Nuashing and Ming raised their heads to look at the huge astral relic. They couldn't help but sigh. The latter was sighing. Looking at this thing up close was really shocking. The former couldn't help but say, "We're at this place again." Ming smiled faintly and said, "Brother, what do you plan to do? Do you want to use that kind of power?" "No need, but I need to use a special power. That's why I asked you to come." Yun Nuashing shook his head. This time he estimated that it might not be very big, but the reaction might be a little bigger. Yun Nuashing didn't explain much. He waved his left hand, and a bright golden light element condensed into a whirlwind on his palm. He said to her, "Inject your power into my hand." As he spoke, a pure black energy appeared on his right hand. It was extremely dark and chaotic. It was incomparably violent, as if it could destroy everything. Seeing his posture, Ming instantly understood what he wanted to do. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything. He nodded, and divine power emerged from his body and flowed into his left hand in a steady stream. Buzz! His left hand held the world's purest and most sacred power, while his right hand held the darkness that could destroy and devour the entire world. These were two completely opposite powers. Yun Nuashing didn't hesitate. His two hands fiercely clapped together with the two powers. A violent explosion almost penetrated the entire void. Yun Nuashing's hands slowly loosened. He spat out a scorching breath, and a fist-sized transparent ball of energy appeared where his hands were clenched. At the core of the ball of energy were two balls of energy, one black and the other golden. The two balls of energy rapidly rotated, forming a Tai Chi symbol. The chaotic energy born from the two balls of energy was transmitted to the surface of the transparent ball of energy, and then flowed back into the ball of energy. That extremely terrifying power was felt by everyone, even across the starry sky. It was a feeling of utter despair. Even though Yun Nuashing's back was facing them, they could still clearly feel it. It was as if he was holding a power that could turn the entire world to ashes. Everyone's faces turned pale. That guy, some of the other people's eyes were filled with hope. Such a powerful energy should be enough to destroy the barrier, right? It's that move. Yuan Shi's cheeks trembled fiercely. He had sensed this power once before, and the memory was still fresh in his mind. It was extremely terrifying, extremely terrifying. It wasn't an attack that a human could produce at all. One strike was enough to destroy half the void. However, the energy fluctuations this time were clearly not as violent and chaotic as the one in the five elements realm. It was likely that Yun Nuashing had not used his full strength. Otherwise, they would feel that they would be fatally threatened just by standing here. Buzz, buzz! Around the transparent ball of light, space and void constantly cracked. Pale yellow and purple light burst out from the cracks. Primal chaos origin. Yun Nuashing murmured softly. He gently pushed the transparent ball of light with his hand, pushing it toward the energy barrier that was only 100 feet away. The next moment, he hurriedly pulled Ming and rushed out. The moment he turned around and ran, everyone saw an extremely brilliant ball of light expanding at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, it expanded from the size of a fist to a size of 1,000 feet. The huge power pressed down on the barrier, and the golden and black energies in the center completely merged. At this moment, it emitted a light that could penetrate the world. Boom! Chapter 1007. The infinitely expanding mass of light crazily swallowed everything it came into contact with. Space, time, principles, karma, and even the void could not escape this crazy suction force. The barrier that everyone had been attacking for a long time without success was silently drilled open under this suction force that swallowed everything in the world. Chi. The primal chaos origin had not expanded to its limit, but had already touched the magnificent Star Palace. Yun Nuashing was alarmed when he saw this. He wanted to force the primal chaos origin to shrink so that it would not devour the palace. However, just as he was about to form a hand seal, a force suddenly erupted from the palace, causing the primal chaos origin to tremble violently. Then, it suddenly shrank until it disappeared. Phew! Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. It was almost impossible to retrieve the primal chaos origin once it was thrown out. The more it devoured, the more violent it became, and the greater the range of its impact would be until it devoured everything within its range. With his current strength, he could at most suppress it and let it slowly dissipate. He did not expect the palace to have a backup plan and directly destroy it, as expected of a place left behind by that ancient life form. The primal chaos origin disappeared, and the colorful star barrier also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When they saw a whole 100,000 feet in size appear in front of them, their jaws dropped in shock. They looked at Yun Nuashing as if they had seen a ghost. Was that guy human? They had been attacking together for such a long time, but they had not been able to create a crack. He had directly blown it through. The faces of Tao Chu and the others were also twitching violently. They were already very curious when their grandmaster told them about this at the beginning. A person who could make their grandmaster treat him so seriously at this time was probably someone with a powerful background. They only thought so, but they didn't expect that this person with a powerful background would actually have this kind of strength. Yun Nuashing turned his head and gave everyone a thumbs up. He smiled wickedly. Although you said there were some rules, I did not object, but the barrier is closing automatically. Everyone was startled. They hurriedly turned their heads and saw that the gap in the barrier of the Star Palace had indeed shrunk. The edges of the gap were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the way, I might not be able to unleash that attack a second time. Wouldn't it be bad if we continue to wait? Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Everyone turned pale with fright. The sturdy guide hurriedly stood up and threw all the shock to the back of his mind. He waved at the crowd and said, "Don't worry about resting. Hurry up and go over. We'll talk about it when we get there. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Boom! Before his voice could fade, many figures had already rushed out from the platform. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh. He shook his head and hurriedly charged towards the Star Palace with his companions. Yun Nuashing and the others were the fastest to arrive. They were the first to land in front of the Star Palace's main door. However, they were not in a hurry to open the door. They waited until everyone had arrived before they walked up and kicked open the 10,000 zhang tall door. Clang! The deafening sound of the door being slammed open shocked everyone to their souls. When the heavy giant door slammed into the Star Palace, it felt as if the space itself was trembling due to the sound waves. Behind the door was a very ordinary passage. It did not look very luxurious, nor did it have any special patterns. The two sides and the top of the passage were white walls. It was so ordinary that it made one's eyes pop out. What's with the look in your eyes? Seeing the group of people, or rather, everyone here, stunned, Yun Nuashing could not help but roll his eyes. Yuan, she swallowed his saliva and rubbed his eyes. It still looked the same. He could not help but take a deep breath and said, "Isn't this Star Palace a little too shabby?" Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. However, before he could say anything, Chu Yingzhen helplessly spread out her hands and said to Yuan, she jokingly, "Last time at the Void Fortress you were still scolding me. What God's item? How can we, mere mortals, do anything? This place cannot be judged by first sight, little Yuan. Yuan, she's face twitched. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh. He seemed to have said that last time. He did not expect that it would be used to teach him a lesson. "Hey, idiot, why don't you say something too?" Chu Yingzhen said as she poked Yun Nuashing's face. Yun Nuashing glanced at her, but remained silent. His expression was a little solemn. After pondering for a while, he said, "When we go in later, don't run around. Don't touch anything. If anything happens, we will meet again 10,000 years later." Xian and the others shuddered and quickly shook their heads. 10,000 years later? Could it be that they would be hanging there for 10,000 years? Last time at Chu Yingzhan's house, this was what she said. "A token, a trip to the underworld, and we will meet again 10,000 years later." In other words, there were things inside that could not be touched. Casually touching them could lead to death. Yun Nuashing even deliberately glanced at Little Moon and Yor. The two girls trembled and hurriedly assured him in their souls that they would not run around. Only then did he feel relieved. He was not paranoid. He had indeed sensed an ominous aura from inside the palace, which was why he asked everyone to be careful. That aura was too similar to the one he felt when he saw this palace last time. For a moment, he even felt that he had returned to that time. That day, he stood at the entrance of the palace and did not move for a long time. When everyone had rested enough, it seemed that they could start moving again. Yun Nuashing nodded to Tao Chu and the others and said, "Then we will go in first." As soon as he said this, those who were still sitting and resting stood up with a bang. They were afraid that they would suffer a great loss if they went in too slowly. Yun Nuashing was speechless. "We are going in. Old Shan, get ready to defend." Yun Nuashing shouted softly, and the power of the stars surged out from his body. However, he was stunned in an instant. When he turned around and saw that everyone was stunned, he scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I was distracted. Be careful." Xian could not help but sigh softly in his heart. That subconscious words did not sound like much to him, but she felt very heartbroken. As expected, he still could not forget those things in the past. It was just that he had never told anyone about it. Looking at the people following behind him, Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered. Some memories came back to him. He said to the people beside him and increased his speed, rushing into the depths. Yan Hua had been paying attention to them all this time. At this moment, he could not help but frown. This place was a little strange. Could it be that the guy who looked a little strange knew the way here? Swoosh! After flying at the front for more than 10 minutes, two shadows suddenly rushed over from the front. Xian and the others were shocked. Just as they were about to condense their energy, the the two shadows jumped onto Yun Nuashing. Looking closely, they were the two little fellows, Xiao Xian and Little Magic. When I broke through the barrier just now, I let them slip in first. Yun Nuashing smiled at the people behind him. He looked at Xiao Xian, whose consciousness had slipped into his collar, and said, "How is it? Is it the same route as the one I gave you?" Xiao Xian and Little Magic both cried out in response, and even nodded their little heads. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while, then waved his hand and said, "Speed up. Let's go to the 12 shrines first. This place is much bigger than you think." "Brother?" Ming sped up a little and walked side by side with Yun Nuashing. He turned his head and asked in confusion, "You found out?" I let them walk for a while in order to verify if it was really the same as the 3,000-star ruins that I know. For now, it's exactly the same. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and said, "In the past, we walked around the 3,000-star ruins for 10 years, but we still could not finish exploring this place. You can imagine how big this place is. Many heavenly, god-level powerhouses from the 3,000 great worlds died here. In the end, we went through an extremely fierce and bitter battle to open the main shrine. The only thing we gained was the clue that led to the realm of the gods." Xian and the others hesitated for a moment, but when they saw his extremely serious expression, they did not ask any more questions. They just lowered their heads and followed him. They did not know how long they had been flying in the main shrine, but there was no one following behind them. They were no longer in the original tunnel. Along the way, they came across many other shrines and some other things. There seemed to be very pure star fate in them, but Yun Nuashing did not even bother to look at them. He flew at almost the speed of light and led Xian and the others through the shrines. The seriousness in his eyes did not lessen at all. Xian and the others felt that an aura seemed to be awakening from his body. It seemed to be the majesty of a heavenly, god-level powerhouse, and it was gradually coming to life in his body. They flew at such a high speed for an entire day. Only then did Yun Nuashing, who was at the front, begin to slow down and slowly come to a stop. He pushed hard against a blank wall. Clang! The wall, which was supposed to be a whiteboard, was suddenly dyed with the color of stars. In the middle of the wall, there was a door that Yun Nuashing suddenly pushed open with his palm, making an extremely heavy sound. Everyone was stunned. How could there be a door in this place? Behind the door was an ancient shrine. The shrine was extremely tall and spacious. Rows of pillars, which were hundreds of meters wide, were arranged in a fan shape. The upper and lower halves of the pillars were separated, and in the middle there was a planet with a huge star ring floating. The ground they were standing on was also pitch black, just like the color of the star domain. Step by step, it was as if they were walking through a star domain. Between the pillars, there were many planets floating in the air. They were only hundreds and thousands of meters in size, and could not be compared to the huge fellows in the real star domain. In the innermost part of this ancient shrine there was a wall. It was slightly curved, and there were many square lattices on the wall. They were neatly arranged in rows, and inside each lattice was a burning star of different colors. On the ground in front of the wall there was a statue. At the top of the statue was a huge planet surrounded by several star rings. There were many divine runes woven with the colors of the star domain, and it looked extremely profound. Yun Nuashing walked in front of the statue and reached out to touch it. Her cheeks trembled slightly, and she asked curiously, "It's already been opened? Could it be that the main shrine has already been opened?" Looking at the statue, suspiciously, Yun Nuashing sighed. With a wave of her hand, she took out the energy of this star. Then she was stunned. Touching the pendant, she poured out a crystal from it. It had the same smell as the energy in her hand, and seemed to be of the same origin. I haven't thrown it away yet." Yun Nuashing was also stunned. This crystal was formed by the energy of the 12 statues in the 12 shrines. There were 12 of them in total, and they were used to open the door to the main shrine. She flipped through them and found that the 12 crystals were still there. An ancient and heavy aura reverberated in the shrine. Yun Nuashing and the others sat on the stars between the pillars of the shrine and slowly recovered. After flying for a day, they were more or less tired. Little star, the aura here seems to be a little similar to the star fate. Ziyin tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing beside her and asked. Yuan, she opened his eyes and stretched. Half of his body was lying on the ball. Not only that, I also feel that some of the star fate that we collected seems to be able to find a corresponding star. Yun Nuashing looked up. Oh yes, it seems to be the same as the star aura here. As Yuan, she spoke, he suddenly realized something. Hey, little star, do you think that the star fate leaked out from this shrine? Yes. Yun Nuashing nodded. The so-called star fate really comes from some special energy of a star. It's very special, and it's as ethereal and unpredictable as fate. However, the two are not exactly the same. By the way, boss, the star fate is related to the small divine land, right? It's Nightmare's eyes turned, and she told him the information that Ziyin had found out. Then she saw Yun Nuashing's face tremble, and she said in shock, Ah, how did you know? Look, look! I told you that this idiot would definitely be stunned. Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but laugh when she saw the look on his face. Everything was going according to her plan. Yun Nuashing glanced at her faintly, and the crazy girl trembled all over. She muttered a few words and then stopped talking. That's right, it's just as you said. When you enter the small divine land with the star fate will be activated by the rules of the primordial age. In other words, that special energy will start to take effect. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment, then said, In the primordial age, when a person enters the quasi-mortal stage, they can find a star, an entire star, and let its light descend on them, directly adding the star fate to their body. The change in the star fate will start to manifest at that moment, and it will stay with them for life. If that star is destroyed, the star fate won't disappear until the star's light disappears. If it disappears, they can still find a second one. However, the following steps are a bit more troublesome. It's very troublesome to change the star fate you have. It's equivalent to the difficulty of returning your current energy to a higher level. Then why is it gone now? Yuan, she scratched his head, puzzled. This is a method that only applies in the primordial age. Yun Nuashing sighed and said helplessly, Only the rules of the primordial age can trigger the star fate and make it come back to life from a frozen state. I call it activation. I don't know much about the primordial age, but the rules of heaven and earth in this age no longer support something as ethereal as the star fate. There probably aren't many records in your family that have anything to do with the star fate. The last sentence was said to Yuan Shi and Qin Yan. Both of them nodded, and the former said, There are some records in the primordial age that involve the star fate. It seems to be what you said, allowing the power of an entire star to descend on a person. However, there are no such records in the primordial age. I don't know if it was lost or never existed in the first place. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and said, Then perhaps the rules of heaven and earth have changed since the primordial age, and the star fate has become unusable. Therefore, the special energy that should have illuminated a person's entire life is now scattered all over the God realm. Those who have obtained the star fate only need to go to the small divine lands to activate the star fate. The changes that should have occurred at the quasi-mortal realm have accumulated all the way to the current realm, and all of them burst out in one go. The accumulated amount is enough to be reborn and change one's appearance. It's equivalent to starting a new life, right? Chu Yingzhan pondered and said. Yun Nuashing looked at her seriously and nodded seriously. That's right, it's like that. How much influence does the quality of the star fate have on this? Yuan, she asked in his soul, after abruptly ending his rest and flying around the hall. Of course, it's very big, Yun Nuashing replied grumpily. It's the star fate that causes the change. How much influence do you think the quality of the star fate has? If you had to use a mortal weapon to slap a god in the face, or a divine weapon to slap a god in the face. Which one would you choose? I don't choose either, Chu Yingzhan said angrily. Both of them are seeking death. Yun Nuashing. All right, that's just a metaphor. Anyway, that's what it means. It's like eating a fairy's item is the same as eating ordinary medicinal ingredients on the street. That should be fine, right? Xian and the others nodded in understanding. They should have understood from the start. In the primordial age, because there was an entire star hanging above your head shining on you, everyone had a high affinity with the power of the stars. Even if you don't cultivate the power of the stars, this affinity can make you feel less uncomfortable when you first set foot in the star field. Those with a high affinity can walk around the star field like a fish in water, and can even draw on the power of the stars to replenish themselves. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and continued, if we're going by the classification of the stars in the primordial age, the amount of star fate you have is pitifully small. Xian and the others looked away awkwardly. They couldn't be blamed for this. Their innate conditions were not on the same level at all. Only being heirs is slightly better, so you have to be mentally prepared. Perhaps there won't be enough changes to cause a huge change in the small divine lands, no matter how high the quality of the star fate is. Yun Nuashing spread her hands helplessly. But it's hard to say. After all, I don't know what specific changes will happen the moment I enter the small divine lands with the star fate. Everything I'm saying now is just the result of my experience and deduction. The error won't be more than 10%. Well, there are many things that have changed, and many things have changed because the rules have changed. All the life forms that live under the rules have no choice but to change themselves. To be born against the rules, there's only death. To be born with the will of the heavens, and to die against the will of the heavens. That's how it is. Yun Nuashing's expression became a little inexplicable. She sighed and said faintly, just like the original life forms, this is a mockery to them. They are originally life forms outside the rules, but they have to mature and follow the rules. Before that, if they leave the cradle, they will only dissipate in the world that is called the correct rules. I once saw an original life form dissipate in front of me in a certain great battle. She took on nearly 40% of the pressure for me. Even though she was already an original life form, her injuries were too severe, and her origin leaked out. She had already reached the limit of her ability to deceive the world. In the end, she still dissipated in front of me. She dissipated into a silver-blue rain of light. She was a life formed by the space. Yun Nuashing said with a smile. As she smiled, her eyes couldn't help but dim. If I was a heavenly god at that time, maybe there would be a way. At least I would have been a god. If I hadn't run out on my own at that time, Xian and the others looked at the side of his face and remained silent. They didn't know what to say. Was he still regretting it now? So you haven't changed your bad habit of sneaking away until now? Chu Yingzhan sighed. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He coughed dryly and said, I'm really sorry about my bad habit that can't be changed. Count it yourself. How many times have you sneaked away in these 2 lives? It should be around 10 times, right? Chu Yingzhan said in annoyance. Yun Nuashing's expression changed. She said in a serious voice, maybe it's not just 10 times. Everyone was shocked. Well, that's actually because... Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Before she could explain, Chu Yingzhan rushed up and kicked her into the wall. It's a habit of yours to sneak away, isn't it? Are you a rat? Why are you so good at sneaking away? Chu Yingzhan choked his neck. No one knew what she was thinking. She was so angry that she grabbed him and shook him with all her might. I think I'm used to it, Yun Nuashing answered very seriously, even though he was being choked. Everyone. So what kind of idiot were you in your previous life? You were already stupid enough in this life, extraordinarily stupid. From the looks of it, it's still the root of trouble left over from your previous life. Yes, root of trouble. Chapter 1008. Oh, the second temple's star ring has been activated too. In another part of the Star Palace, Yun Nuashing and the others were standing in a circular hall. A huge star was floating in the center of the hall, and 3 huge stars were slowly rotating around the star. They were surrounded by a rather realistic black space, and the ground was outlined with a circle of blue lines. The ground was surrounded by a circle of blue lines, and it was no different from a real flat ground. It takes a whole day to run to a single place, and that's under the premise that Little Star knows the way. When you first came here, how did you find the way if you didn't know the way? Yuan, she sat down in the starry sky to rest, and couldn't help but ask. The distance between the so-called second temple and the first one they entered took them a whole day to run. Who knew how many forks in the road they took? They could only walk so fast because they knew the way. Who knew how long it would take for a person with no sense of direction to walk? So, back then there were hundreds of thousands of people and 40% of them were divine masters. But we still spent 10 years here. Moreover, opening the main temple back then wasn't as simple as you think. Yun Nuashing also sat down to rest. She raised her head, and some memories flashed past her eyes. Back then, in the 12 temples, each temple had an extremely powerful guard, and they were at the level of divine masters. We gathered the power of hundreds of thousands of divine masters, and in the end, we lost many people just to kill the guard of one temple. We opened 12 temples in a row, and in the end, we lost 6 figures of divine masters and countless divine masters. Do you think that was a difficult time? Yuan, she's cheeks twitched. This wasn't a question of whether it was a difficult time or not. That's why you were so serious when you came in. Xian seemed to understand why Yun Nuashing had such a serious expression from the moment she came in. Yun Nuashing scratched her head. I thought we would have to fight again. If we really had to fight again, this time, I don't have hundreds of thousands of divine masters with me. With hundreds of thousands of divine masters, I'm probably the only one who can be considered to have any combat power. In that long battle back then, it was the 10 of US who led the charge. It's not very possible for me to fight alone. I thought you'd say it's just a little harder. Chu Yingzhan teased. How is that possible? That is an expert above the heavenly god level. Heavenly gods are not even ants in front of it. Yun Nuashing bitterly smiled and shook his head. Starting from the demon rank, the difference in strength between each small realm is relatively large. The initial god rank is even more so. But the initial god rank is very special. There is a forbidden time. The increase of the realm is limited. The rest of the time can be used to increase the battle strength. This is the only way to close the gap in strength caused by the realm. The later god rank also has a forbidden time. The time is longer than the initial god rank, but in the later god rank, the difference of each small realm is too big. In the end, the gap between realms is very large. In the end, we simply use the difference between realms to measure the fighting strength. Even in the past, among the divine masters, I could only fight across realms by 3 small realms. Those who can maintain a fighting strength of more than 3 small realms in the later god realm are already very few. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Oh, although I said so, as far as I know at that time, there were about 100 people who could achieve the same level. However, this number is really quite rare in the entire 8 elements realm. There are tens of millions of high-level life forms in a world. Generally speaking, at the later god realm, there are countless worlds in the void, but in the end, I only know about 100 of them. Don't you think it's rare? Yuan Shi and the others were dizzy from talking about such a large number of things. In the end, they had to make a decision in their minds. Although they didn't know how many there were, it was probably a lot. Ming rolled his eyes and thought of something. He pulled Yun Nuashing's arm and asked, "Didn't you say that there are no divine masters outside the realm of the gods, especially divine masters?" Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "That's just the wording. From what we can see, the heavenly god-tier powerhouses from other worlds are not on par with our heavenly god-tier powerhouses. In other words, the heavenly god-tier powerhouses from the heavenly god realm are stronger and purer. That's why we usually call the heavenly god-tier powerhouses from other worlds the heavenly god-tier powerhouses from other worlds the heavenly god-tier powerhouses. Unless they reach the realm of the owner of this palace, we would all call them heavenly god-tier powerhouses from other worlds the heavenly god-tier powerhouses from other worlds. That's because no matter which world it is, the heavenly god-tier powerhouses are almost the same. All the advantages and disadvantages brought about by one's own world would all be eliminated when one reaches the heavenly god tier. Everyone would once again stand on the same starting line. That's what's recorded in ancient history. I don't know the specifics, but when I think of the powerful protection left behind by the owner of this palace, I think it's most likely true. The advantages of being from the realm of the gods. Chu Yingzhan raised her eyebrows and asked. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head awkwardly and said, "That seems to be the case." Then it was almost destroyed by the combined forces of thousands and hundreds of worlds, Chu Yingzhan said. Yun Nuoxing said, "After all, there were thousands and hundreds of worlds, and there were many divine masters who were comparable to divine masters. At that time, many of the divine masters and divine masters of the realm of the gods had fled to other worlds, and there was no one behind them. Besides, no one would have thought that the realm of the gods would be invaded one day. After all, the title of the greatest realm in the 8 elements realm is still there." Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips and sighed. No one knew what she was muttering to herself. Yun Nuoxing also felt a little helpless. The identity of being from the realm of the gods was really lonely at the top. Back then, his notoriety had spread far and wide, and his reputation had been blown too high. When he fell, it was too painful. At that time, if they hadn't sacrificed themselves, who knew what would have happened in the end? It was undeniable that he had a sense of superiority because of this identity. When facing people from other worlds, this identity was a symbol of strength and power. This was also undeniable. In the past, the divine masters who walked out of the realm of the gods were basically invincible in other worlds, and it was difficult for them to find a worthy opponent. Even if they were killed, it was probably because they angered the masses and they were killed by the combined forces of the masses. Moreover, the combined forces of the masses were probably measured in thousands. That ancient life form was originally a life form from the lower plane of the 8 elements realm. I don't know much about his personal history. He had been crossing the void plane and came to the upper plane, but he only set foot on the edge of the upper plane. He probably stayed in that world for a long time until he broke through to the divine master level. Their world cultivates the power of the stars, which is called Star Force for short, and the divine master level is also called Star Force. I don't know much about the rest. Logically speaking, there is a big difference between the divine masters of the upper plane and the divine masters of our realm of the gods. However, after he broke through to the Star Force level, it seems that all the disadvantages of external factors were eliminated. This is what I learned from the notes he left behind, Yun Nuoxing said. Are we on the way to the 3rd divine palace now? Yuan, she looked around and couldn't tell if they had walked on this path or not. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was better to just ask directly. This palace was very strange. The main hall and the other spaces were all hidden behind the walls. If she slapped her palm, she might not necessarily see a palace. Instead, she might see a massive sun with a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers. Just a moment ago, they were almost burned to ashes by a blue sun. No, we're going directly to the main hall now. The switches of the 1st and 2nd divine palaces have been opened. According to the speed, it's impossible for others to open them before us. Besides, I'm probably the only one who knows about this. Even if there are others, they're probably not in this place. So, we can only speculate that the mechanisms of the 12 divine palaces are in an activated state. We just need to go to the main hall. The things left behind in the other small places are not particularly valuable to me. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She suddenly thought of something and said, "Speaking of which, your melted starstones are full, right?" Yuan Shi, and the others were startled and scratched their heads. The former laughed dryly and said, "For the time being, they're full. What do you mean by saying that there's something hidden?" Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. She seemed to have guessed something. "You didn't put them back together with the shells, did you?" "Ah, well, the extraction of the energy layer is a bit." Yuan, she laughed dryly and turned his face away. "For the time being, we tried our best. It's just that half of it is mixed with the energy layer. In order to strip off the other half of the energy layer, we destroyed the destiny of countless stars." Chu Yingzhan dryly laughed. "It's very difficult." Qi Nian nodded. Yun Nuashing was speechless and looked at Xian. That girl also looked helpless. It seemed that her 5 elements body was still not enough to handle this kind of energy. They had to retrieve all of her 5 elements origins as soon as possible. Sighing, Yun Nuashing looked at Ming and Bing Er again. Ming hesitated for a while and muttered, "It's full, but it only has the fate of gold stars. It doesn't feel like it's enough. The quality of gold stars is only second among the pure colors. We haven't even considered the mixed colors. It's full, but it's only gold. Most of it was done by me." Bing Er's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she looked at him with a bit of hope. Yun Nuashing smiled dotingly and reached out to rub her long bluish gold hair. Bing Er's talent in energy control was inherited from him through the soul contract between them. If he improved, so would she. He wasn't worried about the extent to which the two of them could collect the fate of stars. For ordinary people, gold stars are indeed enough. It's also the highest quality that they can generally come into contact with. Compared to the mixed colors, only golden red and reddish black are better than gold. The others are not as good as gold, Yun Nuashing said. "That is to say, he can be ranked 4th, right?" Yuan, she spread his hands. It was a little comforting to say this. After all, although it was said that it was generally possible to come into contact with gold stars, in reality, those who could come into contact with gold stars were very powerful. At least compared to them, they couldn't be much weaker. Other than that, they could only rely on special means to come into contact with it. At least, that was what they felt in the 9 heavens star rivers. The fate of the 3,000 stars all leaked out from this star palace. If we can find the corresponding star. Chu Yingzhan's obsidian-like Maymao flashed and suddenly had a bold idea. "Put away that bold idea of yours. It's useless even if we come across it." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes, probably knowing what she was thinking. "Even if you find it, you can't take it away. It's a star that really exists somewhere in the galaxy of a certain world. It might even be a star that can burn an emperor of the underworld into charcoal. Even Stardrop can't do that. You guys have long passed the suitable time for Stardrop. The earliest is the quasi-mortal level, and the latest is the immortal level. After that, your body's strength has reached a certain level, and that kind of gradual cycle method is useless. It's better to directly inject a large mass of star's fate into your body." TSK. Chu Yingzhan curled her lips. She was just thinking about it. She rolled her eyes and obviously didn't want to give up. "What if we come across that reddish-black star of yours?" Yun Nuashing paused and said helplessly, "That's also useless. The fate of the stars is a very ethereal and incredible energy. It can't be directly taken from the stars. If you want it, you can only use the starlight every day. It's a strange energy that is finally born after every strand of starlight crosses countless distances and undergoes some kind of mysterious reaction. We've tried to reverse the rules and control the fate of the stars, but to no avail. Some kind of mysterious reaction in the galaxy?" Yuan, she scratched his head in confusion. Why did it sound so mysterious? "That's it. We're not too sure either. I used the Book of Epics to trace back a strand of starlight until the strand of starlight that descended on me returned to its star, but I didn't feel any changes. The only thing we know is that the strand of starlight that descended on me didn't carry the so-called fate of the stars when it came out of the star, but the starlight that descended on me did. Something that we can't understand, must have happened along the way. In addition, the stars that can be seen everywhere in the night sky will also emit fate of the stars, but it's too thin and most of it will dissipate in the air. If there's a special energy source, it will gather towards that place and gradually form what we saw today. Large clumps of fate wrapped in a layer of energy. This is also one of the ways to obtain it. The other, more stable method is the star subduing I told you about. When all the light from that star is focused on you, what kind of fate can't you obtain? However, as for the quality, it depends on luck. If you have a black star hanging above your head at the beginning, other than mistaking it for the death omen star flashing above your head, you can also obtain the black star's fate. Yun Nuashing shook her finger above her head. When she said the death omen star flashing at the end, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Star used to have a star all to itself, right? Was it a reddish-black star? Xian asked. Yun Nuashing nodded. Reddish-black stars are very rare in the galaxy. They're special, so the fate of the stars that descend upon them is also very special. However, they're flammable and explosive. I've already subdued the star from the ancient age when I was a quasi-mortal. At that time, I was excited for a while because it was of the highest quality. However, it disappeared millions of years later, which was the end of its starlight. That star died countless years ago, and millions of years after I captured it, the last strand of starlight also came to an end. A star that died billions of years ago, and its light has just shone on this world. It's a span of time that mortals can't understand. Yun Nuashing sighed. The stars in the sky are as numerous as the sand in the sea. They're like the dust that descends upon the world. They're just a strand of dust, but they represent all the beautiful things that I've preserved for this world. That's the world that I know, a sea of sand formed by endless dust. They're the most sparkling grains of sand under the night sky. Yun Nuashing sighed and closed the great hall that he came across by chance. The wall returned to a white board from the starry sky. He turned around and continued to walk into the depths. That's my favorite scenery. It's just that I don't have much time to look at it. I'm in a hurry, one lifetime after another. In the end, I'm still looking up at the starry sky that's within reach in the endless distance. But I'm sad that I can't touch it. Yuan, she slapped the wall next to him and opened a huge door with a bang. He secretly sighed that his luck was pretty good. He didn't just slap a star out. He poked his head in to take a look and found that the golden fate of the stars were placed on the ground like cabbages. He immediately lost interest and closed the door again. After closing the door, Yuan, she sighed and said, "This is what it's called. The kind of desire, the contradictory feeling of reaching out your hand but being unable to get it. You clearly feel that everything is within your control, but you just can't keep that scenery. I've never thought of controlling the star domain in my own hands. Only the beauty of nature is perfect. Once there's a place to belong, it will always be different. From the beginning to the end, I've only been watching. I'm just like a child who's naively longing for the starry sky. I open the window in the middle of the night and look at the sky that's beyond my reach. When I grow up, the starry sky is no longer mysterious and distant, and no one will look up at the starry sky in the middle of the night." Chu Yingzhan's jade-like palm suddenly slapped the wall, but in the end, nothing came out. Her palm even hurt from the impact, and her pretty face twisted. "Are you trying to say that you're still a child? What's so good about the starry sky? There are so many stars in the sky, and there are so many newborn stars and stars that are about to fall. The starry sky is filled with sparks, and if I look at it too much, I feel like I'm in a trance. There are also many places with life, and the entire star domain is filled with life. Other than that, I really can't figure out why you're looking at the starry sky. The starry sky contains secrets. The starry sky of every world is the same. You don't know, and I don't necessarily know. Since ancient times, so many gods and deities have liked to study the starry sky. They definitely aren't just looking at the stars. They must be looking at something. Perhaps they've seen something." Yun Nuashing shook her head and leisurely stepped forward. She placed her palm on the wall and used a bit of force to search for something. Xian carefully pushed open a door, and little magic squeezed through the gap in the door first. It even let out a sound which made her chuckle. Moments later, the white meatball came out again and shook its head at her, indicating that there was nothing special inside. It jumped back onto her head, and Xian closed the door. Big Brother Yin, what are we looking for? Chu Qin suddenly remembered something very important. They were unconsciously looking for something here, chatting as they looked for something. As a result, he was only looking for something subconsciously, but he didn't know what he was looking for. The main hall. The main hall's corridor is here, but I don't remember exactly where it is. Yun Nuoxing shrugged helplessly. There aren't any clear signs here. We can only search blindly. Push open the door, and you'll see the door to the innermost 12 sacred halls. It's a door with 12 huge signs, Yun Nuoxing said as she gestured with her hands. Ming, who was walking at the front, paused. He was about to close the door subconsciously, but at that moment he hurriedly pushed open the door that was almost closed. He stuck his head in to take a look and was stunned. Big Brother, is the main hall you're looking for like this? Yun Nuoxing and the others were stunned. They hurriedly left the few doors that had just been opened and closed them with a rumble. They ran to Ming Ming's side and squeezed their heads through the door. They saw the deepest part of the palace at a glance. It was a huge black iron door. The left and right doors were engraved with 6 huge stars from top to bottom. They were connected by illusory lines. In the middle of the 2 doors, there was a huge sun pattern. A moon pattern was hollowed out in the middle and connected to the door slit. 2 streams of light shot out from the top and bottom of the door slit and converged into the moon, making it shine brightly. It was as if one could see the scene behind the door through the slit. Oh, it really does look like it. Yuan, she couldn't help but say. It's indeed here. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. She didn't expect to find it so easily. Back then, they spent so much time just looking for the main hall. Chapter 1009. This was the first time they had felt such a frightening aura in the 3 days they had been here. This aura did not feel particularly powerful, but the oppressive aura it possessed made Yuan Shi and the others sweat profusely. The last time they felt this was probably when they saw Quarter Moon's corpse in the ice-sealing divine region of the North Ice Realm. Even though dozens of eras had passed, it still possessed an extremely strong oppressive aura. It was like the aura of a god, supreme and inviolable. This hall was not very big. It could only be considered a small size compared to the 2 divine halls with the switch sculptures. This hall could only be considered a slightly larger corridor in the palace. There were lamps hanging on the walls and pillars on both sides of the corridor. However, they were burning with black star fire. Upon closer inspection, one could see a fist-sized spear in the flames, like a star that was burning intensely. Rows of star fire lamps lit up in this desolate and ancient hall. A gust of wind blew, but it made everyone feel cold. The lights did not bring any warmth to this place. Hiss! It's so cold. Is there no one else here? Yuan, she shivered violently as the cold wind blew against the back of his neck. He straightened his collar and raised his head to look at the door in the distance that did not seem to be getting any closer. He frowned and said, "Why is there such a chilly wind here? The 7-colored star fire has turned into a dark blue light. Why does it feel like we can't walk through that door? Little star, this place doesn't seem to be good." Yun Nuoxing raised her head and glanced at him. She then turned her head to look at the door in front of them. After a moment of silence, she lowered her eyelids slightly. It was unknown what she had seen, but she was in a daze for a while. After a while, she bent down and picked up something from the ground. It looked like a token engraved with a rune that no longer had any energy. Whether it was the way it was made or the material it was made of, it exuded an ancient aura. Qin Yan took the token from him and glanced at it. Mei Mao trembled slightly. "This rune has existed for at least a few eras. You also saw something." She raised her eyebrows and ran out. Little Moon didn't even have time to pull her back. She cried out in surprise, and just as she was about to rush up and follow closely, the former stopped. She didn't run far and squatted down to pick up something from the ground. Why are there so many things in this place? Nightmare's face twitched. The originally clean and tidy floor suddenly had a mess of random items scattered all over it. There were things that looked like weapons, many broken scrolls, and tokens on the ground. There were piles of fragments of unknown materials that looked like sand. It's just like a battlefield after a great war. Helmets and armors are thrown away. Divine weapons are scattered all over the ground. There are also many traces of damage. Yuan, she pulled out a long sword that was stuck in the ground by his feet. The edge of the sword was sharpened by something like a saw. He believed that this long sword had gone through a fierce battle and was finally damaged to such a state. He had no choice but to throw it away. He could no longer sense the energy in the long sword. There were no traces of energy left. He did not even know what level this sword was. There were many similar things in this long corridor. Everyone raised their heads and looked along the promenade. Under the illumination of the starlight, countless things were scattered on the ground in a disorderly manner, casting shadows on the ground. An ancient aura assaulted their senses. Something was whispering in their ears, telling them the bleak and tragic story of this place. There was a hole on the right side of the wall. In the center of the hole, there was a ball of sparks. The dark blue flame was swaying. It was only the size of a finger. It was struggling at death's door and was about to be extinguished. The surrounding walls were scorched black by the fire. There seemed to be a lingering smell in the air after the fire burned out. This unique aura, is this a divine flame? Yuan, she was shocked. How could there be a divine flame in this place? Moreover, it looked like it was about to be extinguished. Divine flames were ultimate divine objects that were born by the heavens and earth. They did not have a lifespan. They were divine objects that were equal to the heavens and earth. They would never dissipate. Even destroying them was extremely difficult. However, there was a flame that exuded the scent of a divine flame here that was about to be extinguished. All that was left was a spark of sparks. That is the demon imprisoning flame. Qin Yen suddenly exclaimed. Ah, ha! The 17th ranked demon imprisoning flame? Yuan, she sucked in a breath of cold air. He carefully looked at the dark blue flame that was like a candle in the wind. He stared at it and whispered, "The dark blue luster swaying in the wind is like the shadow of a demon king sealed in flames. The uncontrollable demonic nature, it is indeed somewhat similar. But that is the 17th ranked divine flame, right? How could it become so fragile? What is this?" This was not the end of it. Nightmare Devil let out another cry of shock. In his hands were two long unknown objects that were less than 5 feet long and less than 4 feet short. These two objects were already damaged. One could vaguely see a square shape that looked like knuckles. If he was not wrong, they should have originally been 2 truncheons. At this moment, they were already as black as charcoal. However, at the end of the truncheons, one could still see a blurry imprint. What is this? Yuan, she hurriedly moved closer. This should be the Tianyuan maces that were recorded in the Archean Age. This thing was inscribed with part of the great Tao of the heavens and earth. It is a divine weapon, a God-spark weapon. Nightmare trembled as he looked at the maces. He was excited. However, his excitement was extinguished after a moment because the maces were indeed completely damaged. There was nothing left of them. God-spark weapons. Hearing this, Yuan, she sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, her teeth were about to fall off from the cold. That thing is of a higher level than an eternal weapon. How could it be broken here? This is a burial ground for divine weapons. Wow. What's wrong with the maces again? Hearing Yuer's exclamation, Yuan, she rushed over and squatted in front of Yuer and Little Moon. He saw that Yuer was holding a regular, triangular object in her small hands. There was a triangular hole on all four sides. There was also an empty space in the center of the triangular object. There was a purple bead in the center of the triangular object. The triangular object itself was black. However, it was not burnt black. It was originally black and emitted a strange wave that made people's hearts palpitate. Yor and Mei Mao trembled. Their small bodies could not help but tremble. They sat down on the ground and held the triangular object with trembling hands as if they were holding a bomb. Yuan, she looked at her blankly. He didn't know why this little girl was so surprised, but he instinctively felt that this thing was definitely not a good thing. They had found many damaged divine weapons, but this one seemed to be the only one that was still intact. Not only was it not damaged, but it was also emitting a weak energy fluctuation. Divine weapon of the demon race. Yor was so shocked that her voice changed slightly. Ah, it's just a divine weapon. Oh, but it's quite scary to see a divine weapon of the demon race in this place. Yuan, she heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was something else. However, before he could finish his sigh of relief, he saw Yor shaking her head vigorously. He could not help but be startled. It's not that kind of divine weapon, it's the demon race. It belongs to the demon world. It's the four symbols of heaven and earth. It can trigger the entire demon world and the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's also the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's the divine weapon of heaven and earth. Yor was so excited that she spoke incoherently. Finally, she clenched her teeth and said, "It's a part of the demon world." At this moment, Yuan, she heard it clearly. The others also understood. Then for a moment they did not react. They were all stunned on the spot. I've heard before that the Devil Realm's divine artifact carries the great Tao of the Devil Realm's laws of heaven and earth, and is equivalent to the heaven and earth law ray that Big Brother Yun grasps. However, the power of the Devil Realm's laws is much weaker. Even so, it's still stronger than the average divine artifact and could be considered a type of divine personification weapon. The Devil Realm has 12 such treasures, but the more Yor spoke, the more nervous she became. Towards the end, her charming face was filled with anxiety, but she couldn't say anything. But what? Yuan, she gulped. Was so anxious that she stomped her feet and started to walk in circles. After a while, she finally remembered what she wanted to say and said in shock, "But the carrier of the demon world's great Tao of heaven and earth, the carrier of its rules, was lost and disappeared. It disappeared during the primordial era, so the 12 divine weapons of heaven and earth can't be used. That carrier of rules is equivalent to half of the demon world's great Tao of heaven and earth. Without it, the 12 divine weapons can't be used. Even if you want to use it, you'll have to pay a huge price." Yuan, she's handsome face paled. "Hey, wait a minute, little Yor. Don't tell me that the thing in your hand is the carrier of the demon world's laws?" Yua looked at him seriously. After hesitating for a while, she nodded heavily. Yuan, she's head exploded. His vision turned black, and he was almost out of breath. "No, wait a minute, little Yor. How do you know that this is the carrier of your demon world's laws?" Nightmare frowned. He felt that things weren't that simple. Yor bit her lips and said softly, "First, it's recorded. It's very clear because it's something very important to the demon world. Although it's lost, it won't affect the demon world's laws at all. It just makes it difficult to use the 12 divine weapons. Until now, the entire demon world is still looking for this carrier of rules. Second, I can feel the power of the laws in the demon world. It shouldn't be wrong. It also has a weak reaction to the Saint Demon chessboard." Everyone was silent again, since she was so sure it shouldn't be wrong. But there was a very serious problem here. What do you plan to do with this thing? Qin Yan's voice was slightly serious. She looked at Yor closely. That thing was like a barrel of explosives. If the people of the demon world knew that the thing they had been looking for so many years was in her hands, it would be very difficult to deal with it. If this news gets out, the demon world might be forced to come out prematurely. Then, they would rush over to seize it at all costs. Yuan Shi and Nightmare looked at each other and pondered. According to Yun Nuashing, the celestial realm and the demon world had only won a few wars because the other side's culture was too fierce. Furthermore, they were born with the celestial realm as their base. That meant that they were part of the celestial realm, a part of the dark side. Once that huge power was activated, the entire world would be in chaos. Actually, we didn't want to throw this question to you, but since you've found it, we still need you to answer it. You've stayed in the celestial realm for a long time. You should know the relationship between the celestial realm and the demon world. What you have in your hands is a barrel of explosives. It's a turning point. If this news gets out, there will be no peace between the two realms. What do you plan to do? Qin Yan looked at Yu solemnly. She rarely spoke so much. It was obvious how heavy her heart was at the moment. Yu and Mei Mao's expressions were constantly changing. Yuan Shi and the others sighed in their hearts. This question was very difficult for her to decide. She was a person from the demon world. She had always longed for the legendary celestial realm. One day, she accidentally came here and met the third most important person in her life. As for whether it was the third or the first, they weren't too sure. Anyway, she met Yun Nuashing. As time passed, she also knew that the two realms weren't as harmonious as she thought. It could even be described as an abyss of suffering. Now, she had a crucial turning point in her hands. If she brought it back to the demon world, the celestial realm's chances of winning the next war would be even lower. If she kept it with her, the two realms would still be in a stalemate. One day, a war would break out between the two realms. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Ji Wenyu's family and friends might even be involved in this war. After all, she was the princess of the third largest clan in the demon world, the ancient demon god clan. If they attacked the celestial realm, that clan would definitely contribute a lot. Why don't you just leave it here and pretend that you didn't see it? No one can come here anyway. Chu Qin couldn't help but mutter. Everyone smiled bitterly. This was where the problem lay. The value of the celestial realm was that it could be used to explore the ultimate secrets of the place it grew up in. It was equivalent to half of the demon world. No one would leave such a valuable item here. However, it was safest to leave it here because other than Yun Nuashing, no one would be able to find this place. If they didn't take it away, there wouldn't be any risk of it being stolen. Even if it was the latter, there was no guarantee that no one would be able to take it away from them. The probability of that happening was very small, but it wasn't completely zero. Celestial realm? Speaking of Yun Nuashing, that person didn't seem to have spoken at all. She had been quiet ever since she came in. Everyone looked at each other and turned their heads. That person was looking forward in a daze. She even put away the demon imprisoning flame that was about to burn out. Well, she just put it away. That person seemed to be restless, feeling everyone's gaze. Yun Nuashing gradually came back to his senses. He turned his head and realized that he had unconsciously walked out for a while. He scratched his head and walked back. You also quickly went up to him and held the black, triangular object tightly with both hands. She looked at him with a hopeful and complicated gaze. I'll listen to Brother Yun. Yun Nuashing smiled and reached out to rub the little girl's head. He had heard the conversation just now, but he was restless and didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he heard Yu's words, he couldn't help but smile. Yu can do whatever she wants. Hearing this, Yu smiled sweetly and nodded heavily. Well, I'll keep it well. I won't bring it back to the demon world. I won't let anyone know that this thing is with me. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were actually more or less worried that this girl would bring this thing back to the demon world. If that happened, there would be a lot of trouble. Yun Nuashing smiled and turned around. He took 2 steps forward, but he suddenly stopped. His movements were still in the same position as if time had stopped. After a while, he stopped and turned around to look at Zian and the others. He smiled faintly and said, If I tell you to turn back, will you beat me up? Zian and the others' expressions changed slightly. They were talking about this. For him to say something like this, was this place really that dangerous? Okay, I'll beat you up? Chu Yingzhan rolled up her sleeves and waved her fist. Yun Nuoxing nodded. If you're done, then we'll turn back. Chu Yingzhan. Then forget it. Tell me first, is this place really that dangerous? To everyone's surprise, Yun Nuoxing shook his head. I don't know. I don't know what's in front of us. I don't know if it's very dangerous. I only know that I'm back here again. Well, back, not here. This place is exactly the same as the 3,000-star ruins in the ancient past. The switches of the 12 temples are still there and are still open. Even the battlefield in the corridor in front of the main temple has not been cleaned. What you see now is the wreckage left behind from the battle in the ancient past. All the wreckage was left behind from that battle. The battle with the heaviest casualties happened here. This is where we are standing. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the ground and sighed. That's not right. Wait a minute. If that's the case, why aren't there any corpses? The corpses of the gods are immortal, right? This battlefield. Yuan, she thought of something. There are only broken divine weapons here, but there were no corpses of all kinds that would appear on a battlefield. The dead gods were affected by the residual energy, and nothing was left of them. The gods who died in battle directly turned into light rain and dissipated in the void. If it wasn't done deliberately, there wouldn't be any corpses of the gods. Yun Nuoxing said calmly. With a wave of his hand, the demon imprisoning flame, which he had put away like a candle in the wind, appeared in his hand. He looked at the flame and said, Divine flames. The 150 divine flames on the ranking. No, the 153 divine flames are all unique. Every divine flame is a unique existence in the world. It's the same principle as not allowing the same God to appear in the same space-time. In this world, in this Yuan realm, as long as a divine flame is not destroyed, a new one will never be born. The owner of the demon imprisoning flame was forced to self-destruct in that battle. The self-destruction of a heavenly God. The divine flame was about to explode, but there was still a candle flame left. It stubbornly burned for 70 eras without extinguishing. It's also thanks to the fact that there are enough Godhead weapons here. The dissipated divine power allowed the only living thing here to hang on to its last bit of life force and not be completely destroyed. As Yun Nuoxing said, he used a few divine flames to close the demon imprisoning flame. I'm trying to see if I can restore it. It's still a complete divine flame in this state. It can also save a lot of energy and not have to deal with the power of the 17th ranked divine flame. Come to think of it, it's also because of this spark that I know more thoroughly that the bastard had probably moved the 3,000 celestial relics here. That bastard had long been revived in the cycle of reincarnation. It's fine if he's revived, but he's still pretending to be a ghost here. As Yun Nuoxing said, he felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. He could not help but kick the wall. Immediately, the ground trembled a few times. Everyone looked at him indifferently. I think that pretending to be a ghost is a unique skill of you bored gods. Look at which one of you isn't pretending to be a ghost. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He hurriedly waved his hand and wanted to refute. However, Ming sighed softly and said, Big Brother has been pretending to be a ghost for 70 eras. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. That was the reflection of his divine soul in samsara. He was not pretending to be a ghost, okay? And in short, if you don't want to turn back, then put some distance between us. If anything happens, I can still react in time. Don't refute. Otherwise, I'll throw you out, Yun Nuoxing said. When he saw that everyone seemed to want to say something, he raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice. Zian and the others spread their hands helplessly. They looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. At least this guy knew how to compromise now. If it were in the past, he would probably have thrown them out without a second word. Chapter 1010. This place could be said to be the burial ground of divine artifacts. The ground was covered in fragments of unknown materials. The pieces that fell off from the divine artifact weapons had all lost all of their power under the erosion of time. After several dozen epochs, they finally turned into dust. There were some weapons that they had never seen before. Their styles were extremely strange. There seemed to be something whispering in their ears, like the sound of the wind, like a confession. Millions of divine souls dissipated here, but the strong souls lingered in this place without dispersing. Many scenes flashed in front of their eyes. The earth-shattering battle, the powerful guardians crushing all those who trespassed into the palace, the strong gods being unable to fight back, and the legendary gods were also very weak. Gradually, they seemed to hear the sound of fighting, but they knew that it was just an illusion. It was just a remnant weak soul telling the only intruder of the 70th era what had happened here, a tragic story. At the very front of the many illusions, Yuan Shi and the others seemed to see an extremely familiar figure. Right now, that person was also standing here, right in front of them. He stood alone at the very front, as if he was a god who shouldered the weight of the entire world. His back was tall and firm, but he was all alone. In the illusions, there was clearly someone standing beside him, in the same position as him, advancing and retreating together with him. However, when he returned to this place, he could only walk alone at the very front, alone. Kuming wanted to walk up to him a few times, but she stopped in the end. She stopped on her own accord. Yen pulled her back and shook his head at her. He said in her soul, "Right now, we don't have the qualifications to stand on the same level as him. I'm not saying anything discouraging, but at least for now, we can't bring him any trouble." Ming and Mei Mao nodded slightly. She knew that she was telling the truth. He was such an idiot. He molded himself to be perfect and strong, standing high above the clouds, interfering with things that others could not imagine. He shouldered everything alone, and even when he was tired, he never thought of stopping. He shouldered everything alone. She could not imagine what kept him going. Even if he did not have any memories of the 70 eras, the imprint left on his soul was complete and real. The feeling on his soul was inescapable and could not be deceived. If it were her, even if she could endure it, her heart would have become numb. She would live like a walking corpse without direction, but he could still walk forward resolutely and never stop. "Brother, during those 70 eras, did you feel lonely?" Ming could not help but ask in her soul. She spoke to him alone. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. However, his back was facing them, so no one sensed it. He did not stop walking. He took a light breath and smiled faintly. "Why do you ask?" I can feel that brother's heart is empty and lonely," Ming said softly. Yun Nuoxing was silent. He looked at the door in front of him that seemed to be impossible to get close to. He was silent. His eyes were gloomy, and an extremely complicated expression flashed across his face. However, he returned to normal after a while. He let out a long sigh and said, "That kind of thing doesn't matter. I don't know exactly what happened in those 70 eras. However, the feeling that is engraved in my soul tells me that at least those 70 eras were not very bad. I was still walking in the world as an observer. I did not get involved in other people's worlds. Perhaps I was still like that. Loneliness and whatnot, it doesn't matter. I don't have the time to think about whether I was lonely or not. Time has already passed for 70 eras. I don't have that kind of time, right?" Yun Nuoxing said with a smile. This time, it was Ming Ming's turn to be silent. She was so silent that she didn't know what to say. Yun Nuoxing felt her slightly depressed mood and couldn't help but smile. She said, it's okay. I've been like this for so many years. To me, it's just a part of my life's feelings. It's my experience in the world of mortals. I've never felt lonely. I have all of you by my side. With all of you troublesome girls by my side, how could I feel lonely?" Ming pouted. Just as she was about to refute, Yun Nuoxing suddenly squatted down. He waved his hand behind him to signal everyone to stop. He fumbled around in a pile of ashes on the ground. He brushed away a cloud of dust and held up a thumb-sized brooch. It was shaped like a sun, and there was a glittering gem embedded in the middle. "What is that?" Chu Yingzhan stretched her neck and asked curiously. "A brooch." Yun Nuoxing used his clothes to wipe the brooch clean. He placed it in his palm and gently rubbed it. There was a touch of nostalgia in his eyes. After a while he said, "The light girl's brooch. We lost it at that time, but the 10 of us were fighting at the front line. We couldn't stop." After that he seemed to have remembered something. He said in a teasing tone, "This is my gift to her." At that time, everyone thought that the silly girl and I would be together. In fact, Old Shan and the others were also trying to matchmake us. The light girl planned a wedding on her own. She wanted to wait until that day to tie me up. Unfortunately, that day didn't come. I knew all about it. I just didn't expose them and let them do whatever they wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a lot of tisk, tsk, hisk sound behind him. He broke out in a cold sweat and quickly changed the topic. The battle here, there was no turning back. We fought all the way to the main hall. No one could stop us. When we went out, we were directly thrown out of the palace. There were a lot of wreckage left here that no one could clean up. We lost a lot of divine artifacts and quintessence weapons from that era. I hope that I can find something to look for." Chu Yingzhan nodded, just as she was about to continue forward. She suddenly thought of something and widened her eyes. "Idiot, you used to be a heavenly god, right?" Yun Nuoxing nodded strangely. "Yes. What's wrong? Were you a blacksmith?" Chu Yingzhan asked nervously. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. "I dabbled in sub-professions. It was necessary in some aspects. Then, do you have any quintessence weapons on you?" As soon as she said this, Zian and the others understood what this crazy girl was thinking. They were a little speechless. They had not thought of this aspect. But this girl was the first to think of it. Yun Nuoxing had been walking with them all this time, so they always forgot that he used to be a heavenly god. After all, he was a legendary expert. He was too mysterious and unfathomable. Anyone with a little common sense would not think that there was a heavenly god walking beside them. It was already fixed in their minds until this girl brought it up. Yes. "Why? Are you interested?" Yun Nuoxing nodded and looked at this crazy girl with a smile. His eyes were shining brightly. "Yes, yes, yes." Chu Yingzhan nodded vigorously. How could she not be interested in a weapon that was of a higher level than an eternal divine weapon? Zian and the others also looked at him curiously. However, after thinking about it, they had all seen quintessence weapons. If quintessence weapons and quintessence weapons were of the same level, quintessence weapons would naturally be of a higher level. Thinking of this, their excitement and curiosity weakened a little. After all, they had seen the whirlpool zither. Its appearance was not too different. It was just that its power was boundless. Yun Nuoxing looked at her with a half-smile. "I have about 50 quintessence weapons with me, and 5 quintessence weapons. Do you really want them?" His words were spoken with a strange cadence, rising and falling several times. That strange tone made all the hairs on Chu Yingzhan's body stand on end. "You don't have some strange condition, do you?" Yun Nuoxing coughed and said seriously, "Do you think you can control quintessence weapons?" Chu Yingzhan choked. Generally speaking, I don't think so. After all, they are quintessence weapons." Yun Nuoxing was also taken aback. This answer was somewhat out of his expectations. He originally thought that this girl would be stubborn and cause him to lose his rhythm. However, after being stunned for a while, he quickly reacted. He coughed dryly and said, "That's right, you know your place. However, it's not impossible for you to use it." "What are your conditions?" Chu Yingzhan narrowed her eyes and looked vigilant. Yun Nuoxing smiled and stretched out his hand, waving it in front of them. Then he clenched his hand so hard that his knuckles cracked. Everyone's face turned pale. Why did they feel that even space itself was wailing? There are no conditions, but you will have to pay a lot. Yun Nuashing said with a smile, "Once this is done, I will happily train you. When you can withstand a blow with 70% of my power and not directly break through your defenses, you can start to choose the quintessence weapons you like. When you can take a blow with my full power and not die, you can start to control those treasures. When you are more familiar with them and can withstand the pressure of my quintessence, you can use a little of their power. There are many more after that. I won't go through them one by one." Yun Nuashing smiled and turned around, spreading his arms slightly to everyone. "Do you have the courage to step on this path?" Everyone's hair stood on end and their faces turned pale. It was a path to Azura Hell, and there was absolutely no chance of survival if they walked on it. Not everyone was like him, risking their lives all day long, and that was probably already in the category of risking their lives. But it is really tempting. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Chu Qin looked at each other and sighed inwardly. If they could succeed, their strength would also skyrocket. After all, it was a quintessence weapon. Normally, using a higher-grade divine item would tire them half to death, not to mention divine weapons. They could not even touch divine weapons and could not use the power of divine weapons. At most, they could only think about it. However, if they could control a quintessence weapon of a higher grade, their strength would also increase significantly. Humph, it's just a quintessence weapon. How could we not be able to control it? Nightmare said with his arms crossed, pretending to be calm. Yuan, she nodded firmly and raised both hands. "We're in." Yun Nuashing glanced at them and nodded indifferently. "Now, there are 3 people who are ready to die. Is there anyone else who wants to squeeze in?" Chu Chen was stunned. He looked at the right hand that Yuan she had raised, and his expression changed greatly. He wanted to put his hand down, but Nightmare directly raised his other hand and sealed his mouth at the same time. Chu Chen's face turned pale. Yuan Shi and Nightmare looked at each other and laughed sinisterly in their hearts. "We can't do this kind of death-seeking thing with just the 2 of us. Little Chin, your courage is commendable. In the future, I will burn a 10,000 souls flower for you every year." Chu Xianling sighed, and Chu Qin could not even cry. He did not want to participate. He was forced to. "Well, this is not urgent." Looking at the gray Chu Qin, Yun Nuashing had a helpless smile on her face. She shook her head. "We'll talk about this later. I'll give you some time to think about it. After all, this is a serious matter. Now, it's time to go in and take a look." Xian and the others were stunned and raised their heads. They did not know when the huge door had appeared behind Yun Nuashing. Looking at the door up close, it was even more shocking. It was as if they were looking at a vertical piece of land. The 2 doors on the left and right had 12 stars that were shining with a blue light. The sun in the middle was surrounded by an 8-pointed star that looked like a cross and a pattern that looked like a lotus or a chrysanthemum. It was the symbol of the 3,000 star ruins. They had seen it on the door when they entered. Some of the buildings in the Holy Spirit ruins also had these emblems engraved on them. "Ah!" Yuan, she suddenly exclaimed with a very strange, raised tone. Under Yun Nuashing's strange gaze, he took out a palm-sized badge from his space ring. The 8-pointed star that looked like a cross was surrounded by a pattern that looked like a lotus or a chrysanthemum. This was found in some of the buildings in the Holy Spirit ruins. It's very old and broken. Yuan, she handed the badge to Yun Nuashing and sighed. Yun Nuashing took the badge and looked at it for a while, then shook his head and took out an identical badge from his pendant. His badge was a little newer, unlike the one that Yuan she gave him, which was old and tattered. This is just a dimensional array device that was used to go to the 3,000 star ruins. It's a one-time use item. There was a formation engraved in it back then, but after entering the ruins, many people threw it away. I kept it in my pendant as a souvenir, probably when that old guy moved the 3,000 star ruins into this world. It was sent flying into the Saint Spirit miracle that evolved on its own. Casually threw it away. Yuan Shi and the others were speechless. Did this count as throwing trash everywhere? How unethical! They thought that they found something useful and were excited for a while. Everyone gathered around Yun Nuashing. Little Moon and Yu were chatting about something. The two of them picked up a lot of things along the way, but most of them were useless. There was no trace of energy left. Even if some of them still had energy left, they were just defective products. They did not know where the whole thing had flown off to. These scattered pieces of trash piled up in this place like a garbage dump. Brother Yin, you excitedly handed something to Yun Nuashing. The latter glanced at it and shook her head. It's useless. What about this? Little Moon also handed over something she found. Mei Mel looked at Yun Nuashing with some hope, but she only got the same answer in return. The things that they handed to Yun Nuashing were things that still had energy left. In the end, most of them were useless. Brother, I found something that you might be interested in. Ming also dug around in the nearby garbage dump. At this time, she approached Yun Nuashing with a mysterious look on her face. Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows. Something that he was interested in. Ming winked at Mei Mao and smiled sweetly. She handed a blue, fist-sized crystal ball to Yun Nuashing. The latter took it and looked at it. She could not help but be stunned. This is actually a space storage device, and there's a very weak remnant of soul power. What's in it? As soon as they heard that it was a space storage device, the group became excited. The things that could fall here were all things that were left behind by gods and gods. The things inside were definitely not simple. Yun Nuashing pondered. Her divine power and soul power gushed out and drilled into the crystal ball. It broke through the remaining weak energy in the crystal ball effortlessly. The crystal ball no longer had any secrets. When her soul power drilled into it to take a look, she could not help but smile. The things inside the crystal ball, if it was in the past, would definitely not be of much interest to him. The owner of this crystal ball was once a divine god, and a divine god from the realm of the gods. They were at the same level as him, so their collection would not be bad. Therefore, there was nothing rare about it. However, it was useless to him in the past. For the current him, the most important thing was that it would be of great help to the people around him. Even though he had collected countless godly and mystic arts, the number of godly and mystic arts he had was definitely less than 1% of the ones that had appeared in the realm of the gods. It would be better to have more things to choose from. Moreover, his collection was biased. That's right, the basic attributes of these godly and mystic arts lean towards the dark side. The cultivation of these godly and mystic arts leaned towards risking one's life. In fact, what Xian and the others said was not wrong. He pursued the ultimate and strongest power and walked the most dangerous path. Of course, he would give up on these safety measures, but it was not necessarily suitable for Xian and the others. Fortunately, the godly and mystic arts in the crystal ball seemed to be quite normal and did not emit such a dangerous aura. What are you laughing at? Seeing that he did not move, Chu Yingzhan frowned slightly and waved her hand in front of him. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and restrained his expression. It's nothing. It's good stuff, and it's good stuff that's safe. You guys are in luck. Everyone looked at him suspiciously and shrugged. They did not pay any attention to this guy who was always trying to be mysterious. With Ming's lead, everyone was very interested in picking up rubbish. Yes, picking up rubbish. The closer they were to the door, the higher the pile of rubbish. Perhaps this also meant that the closer they were to the door, the more people died. After tossing and turning for half an hour, Yuan Shi and the others had picked up a lot of things that looked very powerful. But in fact, they were probably just fragments and pieces of rubbish. They did not know what these things were, but they felt that they were powerful. If Yun Nuashing was not busy opening the door, they would not have picked up rubbish for no reason. Buzz. Yun Nuashing, who had been standing still for half an hour, suddenly opened his eyes. Two extremely dazzling rays of light shot out from his colorful eyes. He waved his hand, and 12 huge crystals appeared from left to right, from top to bottom. Their shapes were exactly the same as the 12 stars on the 2 sides of the door. He suddenly pressed his palm into the air, and the 12 crystals shot out with a whoosh and embedded themselves into the positions of the 12 stars. Buzz! As the 12 crystals embedded themselves into the door, the flowing light on the 2 sides of the door became extremely bright. It was no longer a single ray of light that would disappear, but 2 pillars of light that shot out from the 2 sides towards the moon in the middle, filling it up in an instant. The divine runes of the stars appeared from the moon and spread to every corner of the door. Thousands of stars listened to my command. Constellations of the 12 worlds, engrave your eternal glory on the tablet of these stars. Yun Nuashing shouted loudly. The 12 stars actually represented all the stars in the star domain of each of the 12 worlds. The language from the primordial era stirred up the stars in the sky. The 12 stars also emitted an extremely bright light, and the entire star palace trembled violently at this moment. Ka! When the divine runes of the stars covered the 12 stars and swallowed the entire door, the sun pattern suddenly turned into a divine rune that floated in the air. It faced Yun Nuashing and the others and slowly turned in a circle before dissipating in the air. At this moment, the door to the star domain also let out a heavy and ancient sound. Chapter 10:11. Rumble! The entire star palace trembled violently, and they could see the walls slightly distorting. The expressions of those who entered the star palace changed slightly, and they all stopped what they were doing. They looked at the trembling walls in shock and bewilderment. The divine essence in their bodies slowly circulated, and they were vigilant of what might happen. However, after being vigilant for a while, they only felt the trembling of the star palace gradually weaken. After a while, there was no movement, and everything returned to normal. What's going on? The group of people was baffled. They looked around blankly, but couldn't see anything different. They shook their heads and continued what they were doing. There were so many high-quality star fates here, so they had to hurry and capture some. Clang! The trembling stopped with a heavy sound. The door that had been sealed for dozens of eras opened in front of Yun Nuashing and the others and retracted into the wall. A faint light came from the star palace in front of them, and it gradually dimmed. The situation inside also appeared in their vision. It was a circular palace, and most of the outer circle was occupied by a 10-meter-tall flight of stairs made of golden wood. It was like a golden wall, and the entrance could only allow 3 or 4 people to squeeze in side by side. They could overlook the entire palace at a glance. If they followed the flight of stairs in front of them, they could walk down to where the main body of the palace was. On the platform made of starry sky below, there was only a 1-meter-tall, rectangular altar. There were 2 long branches on both sides of the altar, and there was nothing above it. Yun Nuashing waved to Xian and the others, and carefully walked down the stairs to the starry sky platform below. Yuan, she even touched the starry sky platform with his long leg to make sure that he could stop. Only then did he feel at ease and step on it, as if he was testing the water. Yun Nuashing and the rest looked around, but they didn't see anything special. This palace was too small, and they could see everything from the entrance. After they entered, they could see everything. They didn't know what the golden wall that took up 50% of the palace was for. The only thing they could deduce was that strange-looking altar in front of them. Speaking of which, was this really an altar? Yuan, she reached out and touched the 2 long wooden sticks on both sides of the rectangular altar. He looked at the curved opening at the top of the wooden stick, pondered for a moment, and said, "I think there should be something here originally. It's about that long and thin." Yuan, she stretched out his hands and used his divine essence to draw out a long, unknown object. Then he carefully placed it on the curved opening of the wooden stick, and it just happened to fit. Well, it should be like this. Nightmare glanced at the object he drew with his divine essence and was speechless. Is that bread? Yuan Shi. Don't mind the details. Yun Nuashing leaned over to take a look. After a moment, he sighed softly. It seems that we are still a step too late. There should have been something here, but it's gone now. He waved his hand on the 2 wooden sticks and shook his head, helplessly. I've never been here before. The main palace wasn't originally like this. To be able to come here and take away something that was originally here, I'm afraid. Is it that ancient life form that reincarnated, or a god from the ancient past? Xian tilted his head and said, I'm pretty sure. I just don't know who came here first. Yun Nuashing nodded and sighed. The possibility of the gods who appeared later entering this place is infinitely close to 0. The words to open the door are in the language of the ancient era, and it is a sentence deduced by gathering the runes on the guardians of the 12 shrines together. The command to open the door. In other words, people who aren't from that era will never know how to open this door. Chu Yingzhan pondered. That's how it is. Yun Nuashing sighed deeply and shook his head. He turned around and walked toward the long staircase behind him. Let's go. There's nothing left here. Xian and the others hurriedly followed. They would occasionally look back at the rectangular altar on the ground and frown slightly. Was it over just like that? That was a place that had caused a huge uproar in the ancient past, but in the end, only an empty shell was left when they explored it. The feeling of being beaten to the punch. It didn't feel good at all. Xian and the others raised their heads to look at Yun Nuashing. When they saw that he didn't seem to care, they didn't say anything. It wasn't like they had to come to this place, and he didn't seem to be expecting anything. At this moment, he even seemed to be relieved. It was as if he just wanted to see the place that had caused him so much trouble and nothing else. Now that he saw it, his mood became slightly complicated. What the hell? This is an empty shell. In the end, we still don't know what that old bastard left behind to torment the divine realm for 16 trillion years. Yun Nuashing fiercely rolled his eyes and cursed in his soul. Everyone was speechless. So this guy really didn't care? When he reached the door and was about to step out, Yun Nuashing's footsteps paused. Under Xian and the others' puzzled gazes, he turned around and shouted at the empty temple. If you don't come out, I'm leaving. There wasn't even a trace of an echo in the palace. Xian and the others looked at him with a face full of question marks. They also looked back and found that there was indeed nothing in the palace. It had been more than 10 seconds since he spoke, but there was still no response. They couldn't help but turn back and spread their hands at him. Nothing happened. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He sighed helplessly and waved his hand. I didn't really expect anything to appear. I just don't feel good if I don't shout. I've been holding my breath for 70 eras. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the temple. Before the others could follow, the light that filled his body seemed to have become much more intense. A strong light source appeared behind him, casting a large shadow on the ground in front of him. The extremely strong light was so bright that it seemed like there was a sun behind him. The sudden change caused Yun Nuashing and the others to stop moving. Nightmare couldn't help but shout in his soul. What the hell did he do? Yuan Shi and the others all thought that the old monster was too pretentious. He didn't even respond if he didn't shout. Would he dare to respond if he shouted? Yun Nuashing calmly turned around. That intense and dazzling light was automatically filtered out in his eyes. That previously quiet palace suddenly overflowed with circles of golden light patterns. They intersected in midair and silently annihilated. A ray of light shot out from the altar and floated in midair in the palace. There, a paragraph of text appeared, and that extremely dazzling light was emitted by that extremely dazzling text. That's the coordinates? The coordinates in the void. The coordinates left behind are... Yun Nuashing's expression turned serious. He subconsciously reached out to pull Xian and the others behind him. However, as soon as he grabbed her wrist, his expression changed. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and saw that Xian and the others' expressions were stiff. Even the color on their bodies had turned gray. They were frozen in place. It wasn't just them. Even the space around them had turned gray. Only the temple was still a gorgeous golden color. He narrowed his eyes and condensed a bit of energy in his palm. He quickly streaked it through the air, leaving behind a dazzling golden streak. However, it disappeared after a while. When he saw this scene, he suddenly understood. Did he stop time? Yun Nuashing sighed softly. He turned around and walked into the temple. This time, when he walked up the stairs, he didn't walk down. Instead, he stepped on air. He was a little surprised. However, he quickly calmed down. He raised his head. This angle was just right for him to walk in front of the line of text. Yun Nuashing slowly walked to the front of the glowing text. He looked around and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't play tricks. My time is limited. I'm very busy." He looked at the glowing text and narrowed his eyes. It was a set of coordinates in the void. It was marked with several very special symbols. There was no real distance in the void. These coordinates didn't represent a specific distance in the void. They were just marked with several very special symbols to roughly point to a location. That's the upper plane of the 8 elements realm. It's a place between the center of the void and the edge of the void. He exclaimed in surprise. His colorful eyes couldn't help but shrink a little. He opened his mouth in astonishment. It was a symbol picked out and placed at the end of the coordinates in the void. That symbol was a very special symbol in the language of the mythological era. It represented the origin of the world. It was an origin rune. Normally, it wouldn't be read out loud. It was only used in writing to express things that were difficult to be described verbally. Isn't that the language of the mythological era in the realm of the gods? Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered. He had guessed that the bloodline of the gods would activate the language of the mythological era. The reason might be related to the rules of heaven and earth. The beginning and end of each era needed a supreme god to announce it, so that the rules of heaven and earth would start to change. However, it didn't mean that there had to be someone to announce it. Even if there wasn't one, the progress of this world wouldn't be affected at all. At most, there would be some debris hovering in the void, which wouldn't have a big impact on the entire void. Perhaps it was the debris that allowed the gods who had strong rules to inadvertently come into contact with the remnant rules of the mythological era. That was how they learned the language of the mythological era. The era they had been talking about was the time of the entire Yuan realm. To be precise, it was the time of the 8 Yuan realm. Whether it was the primordial age or the ancient age, those weren't just the primordial age and the ancient age in the realm of the gods. He didn't know about the mythological era or the dark age. But in this era, the realm of the gods was separated from the outside world, and there was a disorder. It was the same era, but there were 2 different situations, and the realm of the gods was 2 different worlds. There are 2 kinds of languages in the mythological era. One is the language of the gods, which is the language of the gods. The other is the language of the gods that appeared at the end of the gods' era, which is the common language of the 8 Yuan realm. The former is completely extinct, and only those with the bloodline of the gods can come across it. As for the latter, there are still some rumors circulating in the realm of the gods, and some of the older generation should still know about it. Yun Nuashing rubbed his temples. The appearance of the symbol gave him a shock, and his thoughts were a little confused. He originally thought that the distortion of the realm of the gods would only appear after the 3 factors of origin weakened. The primordial age of the 8 Yuan realm and the ancient age of the 8 Yuan realm, and the mythological era should be the mythological era of the realm of the gods. Now that he saw this symbol, an ancient life formed from the lower plane of the 8 Yuan realm, who finally came to the edge of the upper plane, he didn't know whether he had stepped into the divine realm or the realm above the divine realm. But he also came into contact with this most ancient language. Perhaps from the beginning to the end, it was the mythological era of the 8 Yuan realm, And the realm of the gods wasn't limited to one world. Almost nothing about the mythological era exists, and I can't even tell which world belongs to which one. Yun Nuashing saw stars and felt dizzy. He thought of another thing. The void was infinite and the world was infinite. A world could be big or small at the same time. For the group of extraordinary experts from the realm of the gods in the mythological era, a world was too small. Their footprints definitely covered the entire void, and looking at the entire void, there were probably not many people who could be enemies with the gods of the realm of the gods. Later, civil strife broke out in the realm of the gods, and the twilight of the gods and the great samsara of the great Yuan realm broke out almost at the same time. The glory of the past had all come to an end, and the 8 Yuan realm and the realm of the gods were silent. The first great divine god was only the divine destruction god, and she herself had entered the samsara. According to this trend, the 3 factors of beginning of the 8 Yuan realm began to weaken, and the overall strength of the 8 Yuan realm declined. Gradually, it reached the 139th era, and the void became a lot colder. In this era, the realm of the gods was closed, and the divine spirits and divine gods didn't show themselves. Later on, the suppression became more severe, and only a few divine spirits came out, so they fled to the outside world. He didn't know how the other places were like, but seeing that the divine spirits all went to the outside world, he thought that the outside world was better. Anyway, the entire 8 Yuan realm was quite miserable. Looking at it this way, the strength of the 8 Yuan realm has been weakened since the mythological era, while the realm of the gods was singled out and taken special care to be weakened again and again. The laws of heaven and earth there are very weak. So, in the past 2 or 3 eras, there are no outsiders who can rival the people of the realm of the gods. Well, the realm of the gods still has the title of the number 1 world in the 8 Yuan realm. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. If it was the mythological era, no one would dare to declare war on the realm of the gods like they did in ancient times. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing shook his head violently. He had strayed too far from the topic. His thoughts had gone berserk. It was as if whenever the mythological era was involved, his thoughts would go berserk. Be it Xian Yu or Yun Nuashing's thoughts, it was the same. So, what's the point of setting up the coordinates here? Yun Nuashing refocused his attention on the coordinates. He didn't know how much time had passed. He looked back at Zi Yan and the others, who were still frozen in time. He couldn't help but frown. He turned back to look at the coordinates and reached out impatiently. His palm passed through them. Uft! The moment his palm passed through the golden words suddenly exploded. The golden light dissipated, and the exploded golden words scattered into tens of millions of fragments that flew in all directions of the hall. A gust of wind swept up, and the fragments pieced together like a jigsaw puzzle around the hall. Yun Nuashing was blinded by the sudden burst of golden light. When his vision returned to normal, what he saw was a star field surrounded by starlight. The light of the disc-shaped galaxy had passed through vast distances and landed in his eyes. The starlight of the galaxies in the surrounding star field was spinning rapidly. Normally, this should be impossible. It would take hundreds of millions of years to observe the obvious signs of movement. It was obvious that this should be a fantasy space. There was no need to say so much. Just look at the white fog in front of him. A white figure appeared in front of him. It floated about 2 or 3 inches above the ground. Its white clothes and white hair fluttered without wind. It seemed to be the same ghost as the one he saw in the cave. The difference was that the ghost in the cave had its back facing him, but this one was facing him. However, he couldn't see the face clearly. He could only vaguely see the outline of the face. It seemed to be quite handsome. In that case, this guy should be a man. Well, it was useless to judge people by their faces these days. If he didn't take out his gun, he couldn't prove that he was a man after letting his imagination run wild for a while. Yun Nuashing's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath, took a few steps, and got into a battle stance. He opened his mouth and shouted, "What the hell is that in front of me?" Then the ghost in front of him trembled slightly, causing his cheeks to tremble. Was this guy conscious this time? The white ghost slowly raised its head, revealing a face that was only covered in white light. Its facial features were only a nose. It looked at Yun Nuashing and said speechlessly, "Can't you say something else?" It was speaking the language of the immemorial era so he could understand it. "Oh," Yun Nuashing thought for a while and nodded. With a fierce expression, he shouted, "That damned ghost in front of me!" The ghost trembled all over. Yun Nuashing felt that if he were in the other party's shoes, he would have gone berserk by now. However, the other party's temper was obviously better than he imagined. He just sighed silently. "All right, I'll be serious. What are those coordinates?" Yun Nuashing shrugged and said seriously. The coordinates were already engraved in his mind. He didn't think that the other party was just showing up. "I don't know." The white figure shook his head very straightforwardly. Yun Nuashing was stunned when he saw this. "I don't know where that place is either. I just deduced it." Yun Nuashing let out a long "oh" and slowly walked closer. He clenched his fists, and his forehead darkened. "What do you want?" The white figure's face seemed to twitch when he heard the cracking sound of Yun Nuashing's fist. "What do I want?" Yun Nuashing was furious. He jumped over and said, "I'm going to beat you up. What do you want?" The white figure wanted to say something, but after thinking for a while, he twisted his body and dodged Yun Nuashing's fist first. Then he said calmly, "Young man, calm down." "I'll calm you down. And at percent. You cur. Do you know that you messed up the celestial realm with just one sentence? I've been busy for 16 trillion years, but in the end I had no choice but to clean up the celestial realm. And at percent. I'm so king angry right now. Why should I calm down just because you want me to?" Yun Nuashing was flustered and exasperated. Whenever he mentioned what happened in the past, he would be furious. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid that the white figure might have some kind of backup plan, he would have already pulled out his sword and charged at him. "Oh, that thing. I'm sorry. I didn't think that the consequences would be so serious." To Yun Nuashing's surprise, the white figure actually bowed and apologized. This made him stop his crazy actions. He scratched his head embarrassedly and sighed helplessly. "I'm not in charge of the celestial realm anyway. I'm just a small maintenance worker. The celestial realm was messed up, and I even had to clean up after it. It made me feel a little resentful, so I guess I'll just let it go. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's already over. Why are you still here?" Yun Nuashing waved his hand and said before the white figure could say anything. The white figure raised his head slightly and stared at the rapidly spinning galaxy. "It's about the coordinates." Chapter 10:12. It's about the coordinates. Upon hearing what the white spirit shadow said, Yun Nuashing's lazy expression quickly disappeared and he put on a serious expression. The coordinates only pointed to a region of the void. It did not even include the coordinates or names of the worlds located near the void. However, these were not important. What was important was that the symbol from the mythological era made him very confused. The origin rune made him understand one thing, and that was that the era change in the realm of the gods was not just the era change in the realm of the gods, but the era change in the entire 8 elemental realms. "Wait a minute, let me ask you something. How did you know about the origin rune?" Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and asked, "That? I don't know either." The spirit shadow simply spread his hands, leaving Yun Nuashing dumbfounded. He then continued, "It suddenly appeared in my mind one day. There was also a language that I had never heard of before. Let me think, it was probably the day I was promoted to beginner star. Oh, beginner star corresponds to the heavenly gods in the realm of the gods. However, in this realm, there is a difference in the strength of the world one is promoted to. In the void, there are many heavenly gods, but they are not all at the same level of strength." "I know that. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and remained silent for a moment. He also obtained the language of the mythological era because he was promoted to the heavenly god tier. The spirit shadow scratched his head and said, "That language is from the previous era. The era I was in, according to what you know, is the Dark Age. If we go back another era, it would be the mythological era. That is the language of the mythological era. I studied it and found that many of it described the void, the world, the origin of the world, and the great Tao. This is incredible. A language alone contains countless information. Some of it is even the result of a lifetime of research by the heavenly gods." Yun Nuashing shrugged. He knew this. When he came into contact with the language of the mythological era before he awakened his memories in this life, he felt that this language was very mysterious. He felt that he could trigger the laws of the world just by casually speaking it. However, that was just an unconscious way of speaking, and it did not really cause anything. Even if he did not understand the language of the gods, every syllable of that mysterious language contained many meanings. The gods would be able to translate the meaning of the words by themselves after a little deduction. It was just like using the power of the soul to read a divine formula written in a different language. There was not much of an impact. Even if one did not understand what was written, one could still cultivate it as long as one could understand the energy flow path depicted. When he awakened Quarter Moon's memories in this life and the many fragmented memories, he felt that the language of the gods was very mysterious. He had studied it a little in the ancient era, but he did not gain much. He felt that he could study it again in this life. He might even be able to create a divine formula written in the language of the gods. Perhaps it would be completely different from the divine formulas and mystic formulas now. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was showing signs of being distracted, Guiying patted his head and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get back to the original topic." Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and curled his lips, indicating that he could do whatever he wanted. This guy's voice sounded a little hollow, as if it came from a very far place. If one looked at the tone of the voice, one could more or less tell that it was a male voice. Guiying waved his hand, and the stars in this area began to change. They began to spin rapidly. He reached out and grabbed a star that flew past him, and he crushed it with force. 2 torrents of energy surged out from between his hands, and in an instant they disappeared to the other side of the star field. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, "This world hides a huge secret. I've heard this excuse countless times. Skip it and get to the main point." Yun Nuashing waved his hand and said unhappily. Guiying was stunned for a moment. He smiled helplessly and said, "There's no main point." Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. His cheeks twitched as he smiled bitterly and said, "Then why don't you start from the beginning?" Guiying chuckled and said, "There's no need to have too much of a goal. After all, there is indeed something hidden in those coordinates. Even if that thing is no longer there, it will still leave behind traces of when it left. We can continue to pursue and explore." "Explore?" Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and said, "At the 3,000 star ruins, you left behind a set of coordinates and a sentence that led to the realm of the gods. That was the beginning. You took my astral origin technique. If you could understand the message I left in it, you would know what I saw at the end of that life. When I was about to fall silent and fall into the cycle of reincarnation, I sent that message back to my palace and let those mindless energy puppets use the astral origin evolution I left behind to deduce that thing. In the end, they obtained the coordinates that led to the realm of the gods and a sentence." Guiying paused for a moment and sighed. "Originally, that palace was left for me after I reincarnated, so that I would have a place to return to. I didn't expect you to discover it first and barge in. You even killed all of my palace guards." Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. He had nothing to say about this. Humans would always be attracted by mysterious things, even if they were not human. Curiosity and greed would always kill many things. After Guiying finished sighing, he continued, "However, the coordinates were very rough. It just happened to point to the world where the realm of the gods was at that time. It did not point to the realm of the gods itself. After all, those energy puppets did not have any intelligence. They could only deduce a rough result. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. An unexpected calamity. Guiying scratched his head and nodded helplessly. At least in terms of results, that was the case. The realm of the gods was unjustly implicated for no reason. Cough, cough. After I reincarnated, your war had already ended. Many years had passed. I searched the world where the realm of the gods was at for 10 million years and found traces left behind by that thing. It had obviously left for a very long time, and I could not find any trace of its origin from this small fragment. I thought about it. It just so happened that I descended to the realm of the gods in that life. Before I recovered my memories, I became a monk for a period of time. So, I might as well leave that clue in the realm of the gods and move my own palace over. And a monk. Yun Nuashing's face was twitching so much that it was about to cramp. Oh, those coordinates aren't fixed. Whenever I find the last trace left by that thing, I would send the result back to the temple so that it could deduce the next location. It's a divine spark weapon in itself, and its specialty is deduction and evolution. It's not much worse than me doing it myself. Guiying continued to speak. He stepped out in the starry sky and walked towards a direction. Yun Nuashing followed behind him unhurriedly. What exactly is that thing? Yun Nuashing did not understand. What kind of thing had the power to change the world? Speaking of which, the world mentioned here, was it the Deyuan realm? The Deyuan realm? Or a specific world? Or Guiying shook his head and said very casually, how would I know? Yun Nuashing. You didn't know, but you still chased after me for so long. That was just something I saw before I was about to fall. If there were not really traces left behind, I would not know that that thing really existed. In the 1,000 years after I reincarnated and regained my memories, I was still doubting whether what I saw was an illusion. Guiying spread his hands helplessly and said, later on, I still believed that thing existed. After all, I saw it in a very ancient record. He waved his hand, and a large pale pink nebula in front of him began to surge. Bolts of star domain, lightning, penetrated tens of millions of miles away. The large nebula released a huge amount of energy with a rumble. A moment later, a hole was torn open in the dense star domain clouds, and a completely gray altar appeared in their sight. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes slightly, and bits of azure light surged into his eyes. He could not see that thing clearly as it was very blurry. Even when he used a bit of divine power, he could not see it clearly. However, he could roughly make out its shape. It was an altar about 10,000 feet in size. Around it were circles of stone steps that descended in the shape of stairs. The highest platform in the center was surrounded by a circle of evenly arranged stone pillars that were 10 feet wide. There were also stone pillars on the stone steps below, and the further down they went, the more stone pillars there were, and the higher they were. On a flat surface, all the stone pillars were of the same height, and a large number of runes of unknown meaning were scattered all over the stone pillars and the altar. In this altar, only the stairs in front of them did not have any stone pillars or runes. That staircase was marked very conspicuously by a row of golden fences, and even the stairs were golden. The shape of this altar gave Yun Nuashing a sense of familiarity, but this did not mean that he had seen it before. After all, this kind of thing would more or less have something in common. Yun Nuashing could list no less than 100 types of similar altars, but this did not mean that he had seen it before. After all, this kind of thing would more or less have something in common. Just based on the shape of the altars, Yun Nuashing could list no less than 100 types. This did not mean anything, and he could not feel any flow of energy from the altar. This was also very normal. This was only an image, a memory image. It was the last scene that the ghastly shadow saw in his previous life. A mysterious altar swaying in the starry sky and the void. An unknown source of prayer. We don't even know where it came from or where it's going. During the Age of Darkness, many people had seen this mysterious altar, but even gods could not catch up to it or approach it. The ghastly shadow said indifferently, "I've never heard of this thing before." Yun Nuashing shook his head indifferently. He had never heard of such a thing in the far ancient era. Now that he heard of it, he felt that it was very strange. It seemed that this was another situation where information was cut off due to the change of era. However, it was still fine if the information was cut off. But why had no one ever seen this thing? Why was there no news at all? If this thing really existed, it should have been discovered by someone, and then the news should have quickly spread throughout the 8 elements realm like a plague. This I don't know. Wraith shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the nebula closed up again, and the ancient and deep altar also disappeared into the dust of the star system, becoming silent. Perhaps that thing had stopped since the age of immemorial. Oh hell, I've been chasing after it for a long time. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have stopped, so there's only one explanation. It's cruising in the void and no longer intersecting with the space of the present world? Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows. He had also thought of this. Very few people would stay in the void for long periods of time. The void was limitless. If that thing continued to exist in the void, it would not be a problem for it to hide anywhere. Even if it was never discovered, it would not be a problem. But if that's the case, didn't that thing avoid the purge of the great samsara? Yun Nuashing frowned. The great samsara? Oh, it's the void reset, right? The ghastly shadow was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, it's fine as long as it didn't explode. Yun Nuashing stared at him coldly with a salted fish gaze. Was this guy serious? Such a careless thing. Well, he couldn't think of a reason why it could survive the great samsara without exploding. It was probably similar to the realm of the gods. Sigh, he didn't care about that kind of troublesome matter. It was fine as long as it didn't explode. With that thought, he withdrew his salted fish gaze. And then, where are you now? Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and looked at him indifferently. I'm here. I'm back. I hid in this palace and went into hibernation. I've been hibernating for 3 billion years. I'm the only one who can open that space, and no one can find me. I don't know when I'll wake up again, but it won't be too early. I can only let my spiritual body out for a walk occasionally. Life is so tiring. The ghastly shadow let out a long sigh. Is it the after effects of the samsara? Yun Nuashing thought of something. Yes, you're also a samsara traveler, but you're luckier than me. You don't have the problems after the samsara. The ghastly shadow spread his hands and admitted straightforwardly. Good luck? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Other than luck, the samsara was treated fairly. He was a special case. It wasn't the samsara of the divine soul itself, but the reflection of a heavenly god's divine soul was equivalent to the divine soul itself. The reincarnation of the reflection was no different from the reincarnation of the divine soul. In the ancient past, he went to the underworld alone and knew the people there. Even if he could get in through the back door, he still suffered a lot of losses on the samsara road. This was something that no one could avoid, not even this old guy who was above the heavenly god realm. There's nothing wrong with repeating the complete samsara with memories during the initial period of ignorance. It's equivalent to a newborn soul, and the age of the soul starts from 0. However, on the day when the memories are restored, the divine soul awakens, and the age of the soul is added to all the memories of the previous life. The soul becomes old all of a sudden, but the body is still a new body. It's weak and can't bear the powerful divine soul. This step leaves behind some hidden problems. However, as you continue to cultivate, this hidden problem will gradually heal itself. In fact, it's not a big problem. The problem is... The ghastly shadow smiled bitterly and shook his head repeatedly. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He thought of a very terrible thing. Don't tell me that when your body was still weak and unable to adapt to the suddenly powerful divine soul, You did a divine right sublimation. The ghastly shadow smiled bitterly and nodded. At that time, the celestial realm that I was in was the world of the upper plane. It died of old age. Some of my friends and family's descendants were still in that world. I had no choice but to forcefully sublimate my divine right and change that world into a new shell so that it could continue to exist. Well, that shell was made by me, and it could last almost forever. Then the great samsara came back and blew it up, yin nuashing mercilessly exposed. The ghastly shadow fell silent. He scratched his head in distress and sighed. It also blew me into the samsara. The great samsara at the end of the ancient era was so powerful. The bigger the target, the more powerful the power to protect it. Even the heavenly gods couldn't protect an entire world from the great samsara. In the end, it still blew up. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After that, when I woke up, it was already the end of the 82nd era. Moreover, it was a samsara with a physical body. When I woke up, my body and soul were intact, and my memories were not lost. You can say that I was quite lucky. The ghastly shadow said with a relaxed look. You were kicked out of the samsara path. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. The only way to samsara with a physical body was to jump out of the car at the end of the samsara path. It was also the only way to avoid having one's memories erased. As for where it could go, she didn't know. He shook his head indifferently. The only bad thing is that the aftereffects of the ascension of divine, right from the last time, have also been brought over. Until now, the divine right and the body have not completely merged, and I would faint for a period of time from time to time. It's a terminal illness. There's no cure. Hurry up and die once, and start over 10,000 years later. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and said calmly, Then the coordinates you left behind now were left behind 3 billion years ago. The ghastly shadow pondered for a while and shook his head. That's something from the last era. I've been chasing after it for more than 2 eras, but I still couldn't catch up to it. I'm tired. Moreover, I'm now in a deep sleep, focusing on solving this problem. However, I'm still worried about that thing, so I thought. Yun Nuashing shuddered inexplicably and took half a step back. She looked at him with a vigilant expression. Don't tell me that your next sentence is, I'll leave this glorious mission to you. The ghastly shadow grinned. Yun Nuashing felt that he was smiling, but that guy didn't have a face, so she couldn't tell at all. She wasn't too sure. Then she saw him calmly nod. That's right. Yun Nuashing turned pale with fright and turned around to run. Hey, young man, are you serious when you turn around and leave? This old man has given you such a rare opportunity. Why are you so cold? The ghastly shadow slapped Yun Nuashing's shoulder and sighed heavily. Yun Nuashing's slender eyebrows twitched fiercely. A ferocious smile appeared on her beautiful face. She flung the ghastly shadow's hand away and shouted, Stop joking, stinky old man. I'm telling you, in this lifetime, I won't be able to ascend to Empyrean God. I'll forever stay at the later stages of Empyrean God. I also won't touch these strange things anymore. Damn it, the last person who did this kind of thing has already died multiple times. Actually, he was talking about himself. Ho, so that's how it is. At that time, you touched something that you shouldn't have touched, causing the people around you to either die or scatter. So, you don't want to touch these strange things again? The ghastly shadow nodded calmly, causing Yun Nuashing to be stunned. His next sentence made her go crazy. But young man, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Stop, let me explain. The you in your sentence is not referring to a specific person, but to everyone who can reach this place. So, you're not waiting for me. That's all, goodbye. Yun Nuashing finished speaking quickly and turned around to rush out. However, before she could run 2 meters, the stars in front of her changed. The white, ghastly shadow appeared in front of her again and shook her head at her. Yun Nuashing's hair stood on end. Why are you haunting me? Young man, calm down. The white, ghastly shadow reached out and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Then it said, "Also, you're wrong. I'm really waiting for you. I'm not listening. I'm not listening." Yun Nuashing covered her ears in exasperation and shook her head fiercely. Her shaking was about to create a tornado. The ghastly shadow shook his head helplessly and sighed. In the primeval age, at the beginning of the 65th era, she became a heavenly god and the monarch of darkness and chaos. At the end of the 68th era, she set fire to the god realm and ended a war that lasted for 16 trillion years. At the beginning of the 69th era, she came into contact with an ancient ruin in a world in the lower planes of the Eight Elements realm. Because of this, she was targeted by an ancient and mysterious force and hunted for an entire era. Finally, at the beginning of the 70 era, she engaged in a destructive battle with the elemental stone of the Ganyuan region and perished with the ancient force. Then, she had a final battle somewhere in the lower planes and destroyed an enemy's world. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. "This guy, incidentally, when you attacked my palace, you and your 9 friends contributed the most." This was what the remaining guardian of the palace told me. The ghastly shadow smiled faintly and clapped his hands. "Is it quiet now?" Chapter 1013. Yun Nuashing stared at him quietly. There were probably only a few people in this world who knew so much about him, and this person whom he had never met before today was definitely not one of them. However, he did not find it particularly strange. A celestial god could see through almost everything in the world, and those above the celestial god level would only be more powerful. No matter what relationship they had with him, they would not need to spend too much effort to investigate him. Even if the elements of chaos could conceal all the mysteries of heaven, it was completely useless against celestial gods. The law of causality was powerful enough to overturn all factors. "You know quite a lot." Yun Nuashing put his hands in his pockets and sighed softly. He shook his head and let his long hair flutter. Then he turned his head and looked at the phantom. And then, "What do you plan to do by telling me all this?" "I don't plan to do anything." The phantom smiled faintly. "I just want you to calm down. This is a very important matter. Like I said, you have the power to change the structure of the world and the distribution of the void. At least, that's what the legends say. Because I know that this matter is not too deceptive, and because you happen to be the person who broke into my palace and caused the greatest disturbance, I just happened to notice you. I took a look at your previous life and felt that you are quite a trustworthy person. So that's all. That's your misconception." Yun Nuashing was still resisting. At that time, he had encountered a strange thing. Before he had even set foot on it, he had been chased by them for an entire era. There was no way for him to escape. Even though he was a celestial god, he was chased around the void and was in an extremely sorry state. After that, he learned that there were some things in the void that he could not provoke. Also, if he saw strange things in the void, he should never get close to them. He should turn around and run. There might be ghosts. Therefore, now that he was being entrusted with finding something that sounded strange from the beginning to the end, he would reject it no matter what. He did not want to experience that kind of experience again. "Young man, do you plan to keep running away? You have been hiding here and there for dozens of eras. Are you willing to keep hiding like this?" The phantom asked leisurely. "No." Yun Nuashing denied it sternly. "I've never run away. I know that they will come to me one day. I've been reincarnated for 70 eras. I've died continuously just to create an opportunity for this life. I have my own plans." "Oh." When Spirit Shadow heard this, he was a little surprised. This fellow was very similar to him. He was someone who could easily prepare for 2-digit eras. A moment later, he chuckled again, his voice somewhat tempting. "Then, are you sure that your own arrangements can become a force that can oppose them? That is a group of powerhouses above the divine realm. When you become a divine realm, the divine realm declaration will let the entire 8 elements realm know of your existence. Now that you are back, they will definitely take action. Although I don't know why they have been chasing you for so long. The hatred of killing their family is not that serious. Ahem, when you become a divine realm again, even if they have made arrangements, can you directly break the seal and ascend to the divine realm? Even if you can, your opponent is a group of powerhouses above the divine realm. Your ending will not be much better than the last time. The phantom said step by step. Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and looked at him rather indifferently. To put it bluntly, you still want me to find that thing that I don't know if it really exists. Indeed, having the power to change the pattern of the world and the distribution of the void sounds very tempting. But are you sure that that thing really has such power? If I get that thing, will I have the power to turn the situation around? That's hard to say. The phantom spread his hands. After all, that is a legendary thing from the Dark Age. It is a legendary item among the divine realm. Naturally, it has something special. As for whether it is real or not. Anyway, you have a lot of time now, don't you? If you don't try it, how will you know if that thing really has the power to make you transcend? Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and thought for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. It's too vague. It's hard to say at all. Wasting time in a place where I can't see the result is too risky. If I can't find it, and I advance into the divine realm because too much time has passed, I will be in big trouble if I don't make any preparations at that time. I'm not sure if that little trick I left behind is enough. He was never afraid of risks. High risk, high reward. It was like walking on a tightrope. In the past, he had always walked on an extremely narrow path. It was not a coincidence that he was able to reach the heights he once had. However, this mysterious item was too mysterious. It was so mysterious that he could not see through it at all. He could not predict the situation. If there was a success rate of 20 to 30% for him to see it, perhaps he would have hesitated and agreed. But this thing was simply unrealistic. The phantom understood his concerns. He put his hand on his chin and thought for a while. After a while, he said, "How about this? I will pass on to you the insights I have gained after ascending into the divine realm. I will also attach 2 memories of me pursuing that thing. How about that? I'm beginning to suspect that you are up to no good." Yun Nuashing was full of vigilance. Why was this guy so stubborn that he wanted him to find that thing? Couldn't it be someone else? He said it so urgently and even gave such conditions. It was no wonder that Yun Nuashing was doubtful. The phantom was silent for a while. Then he put his hands behind his back and sighed. 2 eras. It's killing my obsessive-compulsive disorder. Yun Nuashing. She suddenly seemed to understand this guy's thinking. He had persistently pursued that thing for such a long period of time for 2 eras. In the end, he did not even see its shadow. All he chased after was the tail gas left behind. For a paranoid person, this was simply unbearable. He was also such a person. He thought that he had already paid the price of 2 eras, but he still did not get anything. He wanted to stop, but he was unwilling to accept it. He had no choice but to pay an even greater price. Then he kept lowering his requirements. Thus he had reached this strange situation. To put it bluntly, this was the mentality of a gambler. It was just that they did not gamble with anyone. They only competed with themselves. There was no turning back for an arrow that had been shot. Since he had already spent such a long time, he could not even see that thing. Even if he entrusted it to someone else, at least he could see what was on it. As long as he saw something that did not disappoint him, he could comfort himself. Everything was worth it. If it weren't for the problem with my body, I wouldn't have bothered to entrust this kind of thing to someone else. I'm just putting in a lot of effort. In the end, the best result is only the qualification to see its true appearance. This is such a loss. Bah, what kind of deal is this? I'm the one giving it away. The more the phantom thought about it, the angrier he became. He could not help but spit and shake his head with a sigh. Yun Nuashing spread his hands innocently. This had nothing to do with him at all. At most, he just happened to appear here and coincidentally became a thin piece of driftwood that appeared before someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder drowned. As for whether he would be dragged into the water with him or whether he would be able to swim back to shore, he was not too sure. He hated this kind of unclear things the most. The last time he encountered one, he was dragged to death alive after an era. Only God knew what kind of bizarre end he would have this time. So you're saying that you agree? Hearing his long sigh, the phantom slowly put down his hands behind his back. There was a hint of a smile in his voice. This was the result he was looking forward to. He could only look forward to it like this. No matter what, thank you. You were sure that I would agree. Yun Nuashing tilted his head in puzzlement. It seemed that he did not show any disappointment from the beginning to the end. He looked calm and steady. Even when he agreed, he did not show any other emotions. It was as if he had calculated it. The phantom did not think that they had lived for so long that their expressions were spoiled. It's hard to say. I calculated that there was a 70% chance that you would agree. After all, this is a slightly different kind of opportunity for you. It would be best if it could be of help to you. To put it bluntly, it's just that I can't move now, and I'm not willing to stop here. I have no choice but to let someone else find that thing for me. If you really get some special opportunity because of this, it's also your ability. Who knows? Maybe if you're lucky, you'll have the chance to ascend to the realm of Empyrean God. The last sentence was obviously meant to be teasing. Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. Compared to ascending to the realm of Empyrean God, he suddenly felt that it might be easier to find that thing. The realm of Empyrean God was even more legendary and ethereal than legends. It was a peerless problem that people could not understand. Many Empyrean gods had fallen one after another in this place. Some fell flat on their faces, but continued to fall even after they got up. They could not even move a centimeter forward until they were crippled. Only a few lucky ones would accidentally fall over. For example, the person in front of him did not even know how he ascended to the realm of Empyrean God. A huge and beautiful ring of fire erupted from the star field in the distance. An object fell diagonally from the sky, dragging a huge blue flame tail behind it. Two extremely powerful shock waves erupted in the star field. Two huge rings of energy attacked from the distance at the speed of light. However, they gradually froze in the distance, condensing into a huge ellipsoid. The blue flame tail rushed to the end of the line of sight. The energy smoke gradually weakened, and in the end, the two huge rings froze there and did not dissipate. The star domain fire is endless, forever frozen in this scene. The burning and falling stars in the star domain cut through the dream of the night. Yun Nuashing looked at the huge energy rings and could not help but murmur, you're also a stargazer? Phantom tilted his head to look at him with his hands behind his back and smiled in surprise. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and joked. It seems that the omniscient expert above the first star doesn't really know everything, even though he saw through my matters so clearly. Phantom smiled and did not say anything. Yun Nuashing also ignored him. The two of them stood quietly in the star domain, watching the star domain fire surge in the star domain. Such a brilliant scene was really something that one would never get tired of. However, as Phantom had said before, there was not much opportunity and time to stop for such a scene. Therefore, every time he looked at the starry sky, he would be in a daze for a while. Hey, isn't it time to end it? Oh. Phantom responded and nodded. It seems that there is some time. That's right, the conditions I just told you are all in your origin astral technique. You can find them yourself. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Why did he feel that he had been deceived? Using the conditions that he already had as a bargaining chip to negotiate with him? How shameless would one have to be to come up with such a rotten idea? Since it was in the origin astral technique, he would definitely be able to find it. Thinking of this, he flipped through the information of the origin astral technique in his mind. As expected, he found the part that Phantom had just mentioned at the end. Immediately, he could not help but roll his eyes. This guy was really black-hearted. Seeing his expression change, Phantom chuckled and said there is no hurry. Also, you can use the origin astral technique to go back and forth in this palace. You can also use the origin astral transformation inside. Without recovering your divine body, I think it will be inconvenient for you. Are you satisfied with these conditions? Yun Nuashing muttered and snorted softly. So, you asked me to find something, so how can I not bring out something good? Sometimes the vast and mighty stars would erupt into the most dazzling fireworks in the star field. Sometimes they would sneak out of the star field. Large groups of stars would sweep past them. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Once again, one could see the extremely gorgeous scene of the star field's birth. After watching for an unknown period of time, Yun Nuashing was slightly dazed. He saw the scene that he saw in his dream that day. Endless worlds were ignited like fireworks in the star field and then extinguished. Those divine beings and gods were also as insignificant as dust, burning with extreme brilliance. The Dark Age. Yun Nuashing suddenly spoke. Did a huge calamity happen in the Dark Age? A calamity that involved the entire Great Yuan realm? Yes, it happened at the end of the 59th era. A war broke out all of a sudden, as if it came out of thin air. An expert that no one had ever heard of or seen brought a being that was even more terrifying than a divine realm expert to the 8 elements, realm's void. He dealt a devastating blow to everything he met. It was pure destruction and pure slaughter. Gui-ing nodded. No one was spared. Within a month of the war, all the worlds in the 8 elements realm that we know of were involved in the monstrous flames of war. It was unbelievable that such a vast and endless war was actually instigated by a single force or someone from a single world. They forcibly resisted the entire 8 elements realm, and even the god realm was involved. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that dream to actually be real. He only felt that the dream was very real, as if something had really happened. However, he couldn't find any traces of this war after searching through all his memories and things that he knew. He could only speculate that it might have happened in the Dark Age. What he cared about the most was the most dazzling ball of light in the dream. In the ball of light that he suspected to be a human being, that life form pointed out and annihilated tens of millions of divine beings in the myriad realms. How powerful is that life form? I don't know. There were many experts above the divine being level in the Dark Age. When all of them united, they were an extremely huge force. After those people rushed into the god realm with that life form, all the experts above the divine being level swarmed out. Thousands, or hundreds of thousands. I don't really remember. In any case, there were a lot of them. Guess what happened next? Spirit Shadow's voice was solemn. With a point of a finger, it was like the most merciless judgment in the world. Everything in the real world collapsed and shattered. It was just like a nightmare. Yun Nuashing said softly, how did you know? Spirit Shadow couldn't help but be stunned when he heard his description. He seemed to know something about it too. Yun Nuashing pointed at his own head and took out the purplish-red pendant. He rubbed it on his hand and said softly, in this life and the previous 2 lives, there was a nightmare that haunted me. The white tiger, one of the 4 celestial gods of celestial phenomenon, said that it was an eternal nightmare. It was an eternal, never-ending superwar that burned everything and destroyed the stars. Its previous owner, who was me in my previous 2 lives, was also haunted by this nightmare. Once I fell asleep, it would come to me like a shadow. I can't figure out the source of it yet, and I don't know where to start. Anyway, I know that it happened. Not long ago, when I just got my memories back, I accidentally entered it again and saw the war that I just mentioned. I think it should be something that happened in the Dark Age. There's such a strange thing. Spirit Shadow was enlightened. However, looking at his expression, he was also a little surprised. I'm not too sure. Maybe your bloodline came from the Dark Age. I can sense a weak aura from the Dark Age, from a fully developed bloodline of the gods. It's very weak, so weak that I can't distinguish it. Maybe it's just my imagination. But I can't rule out this possibility. Gui-ing moved to Yun Nuashing's side. His faceless face looked straight at him. making him feel as if he was being watched by something. It was a little creepy. This guy really looked like a ghost from the front. Yun Nuashing nodded. I saw it very clearly. I was also involved in it. I saw countless gods burning themselves to death. Countless gods ascending to their peak, burning their souls, burning their godly bones, burning their own worlds to the ground. They sacrificed themselves generously. Everything was gathered for that ultimate attack, but it was shattered by that powerful life form with a single finger. It even pierced through the barrier of the Yuan realm and through the entire greater Yuan realm. It's a very tragic scene. He thought for a while. In the end, he still used the word tragic and shook his head. He actually wanted to say something that was useless in the end. However, after thinking about it, this sentence was a little stimulating, so it was better not to say it. He saw the scene of millions of gods burning themselves to death in its entirety. He was also shocked by their fearless actions. What was even more shocking was that the attack of the unknown life form had directly pierced through the entire greater Yuan realm. It's indeed very tragic. It's indeed very tragic, but all our efforts are in vain. It's really useless. The enemy is too strong, so strong that it's hard to imagine. I don't understand at all why there would be such a strong person in this world. To be able to shake the lives of the entire great Yuan realm with his strength alone, I reckon that only a god the level of the primordial god can achieve such power, Gue Ing said solemnly. Yun Nuashing thought for a while. He shook his head and said, I feel that it's not only the first generation of great gods who have this kind of strength. After all, they were annihilated. The first generation of great gods was almost completely wiped out. After Spirit Shadow finished listening, he did not react. He was stunned for a very long time before he said in alarm, Ah! Yun Nuashing spread out his hands. It's the history of the realm of the gods, right? The twilight of the gods. Have you heard of it? Oh, this name is too common. I reckon that there will be such a common meaning that can't be any more common in any world. In the eyes of mortals, a group of Yun Nuashing interrupted his long-winded rambling and said, During the age of mythology, the twilight of the gods and the great samsara erupted at the same time, causing the entire greater Yuan realm to fall silent. The realm of the gods was also almost destroyed. I'm not sure how many great gods there were in the first generation. I only know that there seems to be only one left. Spirit Shadow let out a gasp, causing Yun Nuashing's teeth to chatter. This guy's gasp caused such a huge commotion. However, it was no wonder. When he heard this news, the shock in his heart was actually not much weaker than Spirit Shadow's. The first generation of great gods was also known as the primordial god, or primordial god in other worlds. They were not synonymous with invincibility. They were the unique guardians of this world, the guardians of the entire greater Yuan realm. They were silent, drifting away from all the other worlds, quietly watching the development of the greater Yuan realm. That eternal period of time was the beginning of the mythical story, the beginning of creation. Then they were all annihilated. It was a godlike turn of events. It was so sudden that Yun Nuashing and Spirit Shadow hurt their waists.